Right, as usual, we like to take a look at the strip that we're going to be using for today's final before we get underway. The ground staff are just marking out the last lines and creases. There are a few little pieces of grass on there, but they're not going to bother us too much. The only problem will have been not being able to get enough water out here. So it's going to be a very, very dry track. It's not dusty. I don't think that that's going to be a real problem. Ground staff like to be able to control, just how hard the surface is, and they probably wouldn't have put too much water on anyway. As far as the outfield is concerned, that's going to be lightning quick, very, very dry and fast. And if you get in on this track, there should be plenty of runs in it. I think I'd like to see 250, maybe 260. That'd be a nice score to go for. We'll see what happens. Small intro, and then it's you, yeah? Ronnie, small intro and then it's you. Okay, we're ready to go. Well, welcome to the Sid Gray Sporting Complex for this TCA 40 over final between Scarra Mason Hall and C&B United. We're out in the middle for the toss. The two match officials are Ronnie McKenna and Ruthven Ross. Ronnie McKenna is in the middle with the two captains, Marcus Daniel and Orlando James. Let's go over to Ronnie, who's going to conduct the toss.
Numbers.
Marcus Daniel has called numbers. Numbers it is? Okay, let's have a chat with the winning toss, the captain who won the toss. Let's hope that you win more than that today, Marcus.
Well, hopefully we are here today to play a final, and then of course once we get into a final we come to win.
All right, you had a couple of changes. Someone was ill and couldn't make it. Who's out of the team? Yeah,
I'm actually standing in today as captain, a regular captain, and Roddy Vince not feeling well today. So I'm here doing what I'm accustomed doing for the team, and hopefully I can lead the team to a victory today.
And you're glad to bat first?
Yeah, the last two games we batted first, and it felt good, and we got victories. As I told the guys, we got into the playoffs, and we had an eliminator. We won that game. Then we had a qualifier batting first, and we won that game. I mean, thanking God for us being here today, and hopefully winning the toss we can put a good score on the board and challenge Scarborough Mason to get it.
Great, good luck with that. Let's have a chat with Orlando now. Orlando, what would you have done had you won the toss?
I would have bowled first.
Okay, so it's gone your way anyway.
Yeah, the wicket have a bit of moisture, so yeah, bowling first is the better option on the pitch.
Actually, I thought about that when I did the pitch report, because it's been very dry out here, but it just feels as though there's a little bit of moisture in there. You might be right with that pick.
Yeah. And like later on, the pitch will dry out as the day go along, so we wanted to bowl first.
Okay, well, we're not going to keep you. You go with your team, and good luck with that.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, well, it is the C&B United who've won the toss, and they have decided to bat. We're going to take a look at the pitch report next. two teams are walking out now. Well, actually, we've got Scarra Mason Hall, it is, who are walking out. They're taking to the field first. C&B won the toss. They decided to have a bat. Marcus Daniel stepping in today for Henry Devines, who's ill. Whatever it is that's ailing him is nothing too serious, and we'll see him back out in the middle fairly soon. Slight delay in getting out in the middle. It's a lovely day now. Had a little bit of drizzle earlier on, but nothing really to worry about. I say nothing to worry about because it has been so dry here. Any amount of rain, any amount of drizzle would have been nice to have, but it came down just for a couple of minutes and then drifted away. Maybe cooled the temperature down just for a short time. Won't be long, hopefully, before we get out there. I should actually have asked Orlando James about any changes to his playing 11. But we'll see soon enough, because they will take to the field, as I say, in a couple of minutes' time. Shouldn't be that long. Both teams having to come maybe half an hour or 40 minutes drive up the Windward Road, and it was a little bit of a delay this morning because there was a march going to Goodwood for that little boy who's missing, a terrible situation, and people obviously demonstrating, showing their concerns, and there was a march that just had us taking a little bit longer to get up here. Baby Angelo it was. I think the whole country is moved by that situation. Anyway, it looks as though the openers are making their way out as well. The usual urgency shown in Tobago for getting out into the middle, which is 25 minutes after the allocated start time. I suppose we should be grateful that we're not further delayed. As far as the weather's concerned, it looks absolutely lovely. Should be a good day for cricket. A little bit hot if you're out in the middle. Just trying to remember what we called the two ends. I suppose if we're going to start from this end, this would be, I suppose, the Windward Road end, we can call it that. And then the other end, well, you can see the ocean in the background, so should we call that the ocean end? We haven't had the benefit of a team sheet, so it's going to be tricky to keep scores with names and things. You know, not to worry. We'll just call it as it happens. Yeah, should make for a very interesting afternoon. Anyway, we're ready for the first ball. We'll go with some of the names that we've got on the back of the shirt. First ball, we're waiting for the first ball in the TCA 40 over final. There it comes. In now, just back of a length. Made him push at that one outside the off stump. He had a definite push there. Had a little bit of a shape as well, coming back in to the right-hander. Just pushed at it. Early on in the innings, you want to get bat on ball, but outside the off stump, best left alone. That one just lifted a little bit. Again, looking to get bat on ball. Opening is extremely tricky, specialist position, and you really have to know where that off stump is and when to play and when to have a look and just leave alone. I think I'd have left both of those alone. The temptation, those that get bat on ball, that one had to play up, just worked off into the onside, and they take a single. So first runs on the board. Well, first run on the board. It's like the cavalry has arrived. We should have a trumpet blowing to signal the arrival of JP, who's going to save us because he knows most of the players. So it's a very warm welcome and a good morning to Jason Prasad. He'll join us shortly. He's limped in here, carrying some sort of injury, and I've told him he's getting too old for this. He has to take his time in his old age. But it's fallen on deaf ears. He still thinks he's 21. There's the next delivery. Yeah, so there is a little bit of a bounce in the track. Got in behind that one and played that defensively. Just dropped at his feet. There's no run. Good start for Scarra Mason Hall. Nice and tight, just the one run off the over so far. I think this is the last ball of the over. There you go, that's a better look from an opener. Going across the left-hander, played inside, and he said, nope, I don't need to play at that. Slight change in the field for the left owner. You've got a man out at on the deep cover boundary. There's a big gap in there between point and extra cover. So if the left-hander wants to play out there, he can. He has a play at that one though. Nice over. End of the first over, just one off it. Every time the wind blows, I fear for our cameraman up there. If it gets a little bit strong, they only put the scaffolding up about 40 minutes ago. I kind of like to have a really good look at the scaffolding to see just how strong it is before I venture up there. But Kerry, he had no such worries. And it is a very good morning to Jason Prasad. Good morning, JP. How are you doing?
Hey, good morning, Sheldon. Happy to be here. Good morning to all the viewers around Tobago and
wherever else,
wider Trinidad and the wider Caribbean as well.
A special good morning to Henry Devine, who's ill. So let's hope that he's tuned in. Here's the next. There's a swing at that. Wide outside the off stump, inviting that thrash, but he's had a couple of pushes at connecting, and I just think as an opener you just have to be that little bit disciplined, especially in the 40 overs. He's got slightly longer, and you can take your time and have them bowl in the area that you want. Maybe just be a little bit patient here.
Yeah, the new ball is going to move around a bit.
Yeah.
Being that we use one new white ball, it's going to deteriorate even faster.
Especially on the outfield, because it is, rough and lightning quick. So whatever shine there isn't going to last that long. So best to get that movement up and running early on. Here's the next delivery. Plays that defensively into the slip cordon, and there's no run. Are you going to call that a dive, or did he just fall on it?
It's a diving stop. You have to, I think Mr. Ford and I are getting back in age, as you mentioned earlier. So
good stop.
Our dives are not very elongated anymore.
Yeah. There's the next delivery. Let's hit back down the onside, slightly loose with the fielding, especially early on. You want to make sure that everything is stopped and you keep batsmen in their crease. No chance of coming through for a quick single, which openers like to do. Get the board ticking over. I say get the board ticking over, but there's no one down at our scoreboard. We're going to have to rely on your app. Here's the next delivery. That's hit right through the line. That's a nice strike. That's the first boundary.
Top of the bong, Simmons-Peter is known for his straight hitting. So that's a regular Simmons-Peter shot over, that would be mid-off. And with the field restrictions in place, it helps.
Yeah, just let the hands go right through. And it really wasn't even the most powerful of swings, but good enough, as you say, to beat the man there at mid-off and go away for 4. Anything that goes along the ground, you're going to have to count for runs because it is so quick out there.
It's actually good to see Scarra Mason Hall with their full quota of players, everyone back home from the recently concluded TTCB Premiership seasons. And I don't know if you guys mentioned it already, but
we
happy to see Joshua James on the field as well.
We didn't mention it. We just tucked him up a little bit. He rehearses the shot. You see what he wanted to do to work that into the onside.
Yeah, happy to see Joshua retained by the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good when you're on one of these small islands in the Caribbean and you have a representative at the CPL.
I was wondering how long it would take you to get round to talking about the CPL. We'll come back to that after this delivery. That wrapped him on the pad. You could hear that kind of a thud from here. And the leg by is signalled by Ronnie McKenna. Yeah, about the CPL. So who was it that won it last year?
I think the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders won it.
Oh, okay, yeah. And wasn't there a recently concluded 4-day game? Who won that then?
The Red Force actually won that one as well. Actual change in format this year by the Cricket West Indies board.
Yeah.
Where I guess funds didn't allow them another single played out to deep square leg. Peter's looking for the second. Pierre not really interested. Yeah, the format changed. I don't know if it had anything to do with funding, but of the 6 teams that participated, Leeward Islands, Windward Islands, the Big Four, Trinidad, Barbados, Guyana, and Jamaica. They only played one team each for 3 matches. So I think the Red Force would have played Leeward Islands, Guyana would have played Windward Islands, and Jamaica and Barbados would have played each other 3 times. And from that, there was a playoff between the 2 winners of one group, and the Guyana Jaguars going on directly to the final.
Yes, it was a good final, I thought. I enjoyed
Yep.
watching it, not least of all because, the Red Force won, and it had been quite some time since they'd had a win in that format, hadn't it?
Yeah, I think it's been 20 years. I think one of the commentators at the venue on that day mentioned that Brian Lara might have still been playing when they last won one.
Oh dear. Again, looking to work that down the leg side.
Wide.
It's called wide.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice final. It hung in the balance from the first day because I think Red Force were down and had a partnership. I had a couple of late partnerships: Carrie Pierre, Jaden Seals, and Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. And then the Jaguars had an opportunity to bat and win first inning, but threw that away, and then the Red Force put on, I think, what was too many runs for them to even have a chance
to have a go
on
at
that
it,
fourth day.
Nice looking shot played down to third man for a single.
And a couple of things coming out of that fourth day as well. Evan Lewis gets in 100 and in that final and retiring immediately afterwards.
Yeah. Isn't that the same for Jason Mohammed? Has he also decided to go the pair of them?
Yeah, Jason did decide in the last Super 50 as well that was his last.
Just got up a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
Played defensively by Simmons Peters out into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 9 without loss. So what is it that's ailing you injury-wise on this occasion, this time round?
Actually, we had the TCA T20 tournament, the Earl Arthur Memorial T20 tournament, being played at Mariah and Shaw Park yesterday. Happy to say I was in action.
Well done. Did you get any?
I got 10 short of 100.
Oh, lovely.
In the 13th over, and it was disappointing to say the least, with 7 overs to go and not getting that triple figure mark. But
yeah, that would have been great. And as you're hinting that the 7 overs was actually more than enough for you to get the 10. I mean, you would have done it. How were you out, if you don't mind me asking, or reminding you?
Deep cover. Yeah.
Going for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's if you're going to go, you might as well go swinging.
I actually didn't have any intentions of going at that point, but
absolutely not
playing the ball anywhere. It was actually there for the shot, and unfortunately not enough connection.
It's the next delivery. Played defensively back to the bowler. There's no run. And did you say it was at Mariah?
Yeah.
I'd been to Mariah the week before. They had, I can't remember who it was that was playing up there, but it was a little bit dead. I think it could have been Scarra Mason Hall, They beat someone, Georgia, possibly. Yeah. A different format. There's the next delivery. Oh, that was always going to happen, wasn't it? You get that high, and then it comes to the bounce, and you get not nutmegged, but...
Yeah, the dry season hasn't helped us with these outfields. They're dry, hard, and
that
you
was
question
always
yourself diving because you're going to come up with a few bruises.
Yeah, I mean there was, I think, that the option to really try and race in and dive, and he thought, no, if I can let it bounce, I'll just stop in. It will be 1, and then you get twisted, and it goes for 4. That was unfortunate. Here's the next delivery. Here it goes again. Not going to stop that. I mean, normally I'd run and get it for them, but because it's come quite close to our commentary position. But I think he's young and fast. He can pick that up. Who is that anyway?
That is Kelsey Allen, making a return this year, I think.
Again. Not going to stop
from
that.
From what I understand, he was a
I'd
part of the initial coaching school club way back.
Wow.
In the early 2000s.
Yes. Yeah.
Kelsey is not that young, but he's still pretty young as well. I think early 30s maybe.
Yeah, that's time enough to still do something. You can enjoy your cricket at club level into your 40s, really, can't you?
That's the thing with Scarra Mason Hall. Their base is a lot of young players as well.
A big swing and a miss. Yeah. What's he got on his back? Is it KP or or
AP.
AP, sorry.
Ashon, that's Ashon.
Yeah, Ashon Pier.
Yeah.
Not dissimilar to your shirts, JP.
Yeah, I think I had to earn that name because there was a previous JP. Continue to rest in peace, Coach Pollard.
Yeah. Just incredible to be here, but talking about, John, who looked like an immovable. It looked as though he was always going to be around. He was such a solid part of cricket in Tobago, and as far as I know, he'd been given a role to go abroad and take a team abroad.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a nice strike and straight to the man. There's no run. And I think it's right now that we've called his name, that we should recognise him for everything that he did for cricket here, an exceptionally special man in Tobago cricket. And I suppose if we were hopefully not going to upset anyone, but if you were going to go anywhere, then it would be on the cricket field that he loved and lived for.
Yeah.
And I guess there are going to be so many people who will say I was there, and very unfortunately I was there, and it just looked so innocuous at the time, a little bit tired, I'm just going to lie down for a bit, and very, very sad. Huge recognition to him and his family and anybody who's listening who knew him and cared for him. And the only reason that we're mentioning him is because he was such a special person.
I had the pleasure of playing under his tutorship as the Tobago senior team coach, and in the T10 tournaments that were held in Tobago, and I only have good things to say because his leadership and some of his coaching techniques made me the player that I am today.
17 without loss. Simmons Peters had another little swing at that. When he connects, it is going to travel. Just a little bit of discipline as an opener. I'm not sure if we would. See what I mean?
What's impressed me with Richard Ford this year is that he's looked to attack the stumps and the pads, getting that little bit of shape, and it accounts for Simmons Peters edging to wicketkeeper Jaden Kent.
We were just talking about the discipline that you need as an opener to travel, and 40 overs as an opener actually is a good long time. It's 10 short of 50 of course, and as you change the format, you can change your playing style. But for me, if you've got 40 overs, I feel you've got time, and those sorts of balls
is that
I'm
he's
not
looked
playing.
To attack the
I have a much tighter play area. If you don't put it there, we'll keep bowling. Because sooner or later you're going to tire, or they're going to take you off. And if these are your two, top bowlers, your two top opening bowlers, as an opener, you want to see them off, reduce the number of overs that they've got to bowl, so that the middle order can take advantage of the ones who are not as strong. For me, that's the role of the opener. See off the best bowlers. Simmons Peters goes for, not quite sure what it was, can't be that many.
6 from 13.
Yeah.
And replacing him is CNB's imported player Aaron Alfred. Aaron Alfred coming through the ranks at Mary Boys. I think he played this year with Arangwa Sports as well.
There's a little bit of discipline
and
as an opener.
Happy to have these players coming in and
see what I mean.
Making the tournaments a lot more. What's impressed me with I think it was Aaron Alfred and Ashon Pierre that played us out of this final last week, digging in and getting scores. Like you said, playing out some of our better bowlers and then going hell for leather at the back end.
Mm-hmm.
I think Scarra Mason Hall does have the services of Nicholas Sukhdev Singh there as well, at a short leg position.
Yes, I've seen him play a couple of times. He's a first delivery, and not tempted. You know, top order batsmen, in particular openers, know where that zone is, and anything outside that, you're disciplined and you tend to be able to leave alone. It's different when you're playing T10 or T20. You really have to go for almost anything. Nice looking defensive shot.
Yeah, what you're gonna get from for this season especially, and some of last season, is that younger aggressiveness is kind of played out, and he's playing on experience and more looking to bowl dot deliveries and attacking wicket taking deliveries rather than just being ultra aggressive.
Oops.
Slip on the boundary at fine leg, and that's 4 runs to Alfred.
Yeah, footing as well, when there's nothing to support you, is so dry. Doesn't matter really what you wear. It's like a skating rink in places. Yeah, well, just jumped a little bit. He managed to get something on it.
Yeah, Roxborough, having played here most of the season and playing for Roxborough Strikers now, we had a lot of home games, and I can tell you this is no batting paradise. So if CNB can muster up a score, there is something in the pitch for the bowlers as well.
Again, nice looking forward defensive. Went to the man quickly, so they weren't able to take a run, and that's the end of the over. Where are we as far as scores are concerned? Must be up to 20 odd, I think.
Yeah, these scoring ups now with the amount of advertisements you have. It's 21 for the loss of 1 after 5 overs. So another 35 overs. And what I will mention, Sheldon, is that going back, being able to go back into the scoring app now and understand where you might have faulted in your games helps. And even with this situation, I can tell you a lot of teams have not batted 40 overs for the season.
Yeah, so we come back to this idea, or the notion that I'm trying to put forward about being that little bit disciplined and taking time, and openers can afford to be a little bit more greedy in the 40 over, 50 over, in the longer format. There's the next delivery.
Edging past second slip there. It's going to trickle away. No, that's Fabrice Lynch. Chases down to third man from point, and they cross over for 2.
How old is he now, Fabrice?
I think Fabrice might be roughly about second slip there. Years old. It's going to trickle away. Probably younger. That's Fabrice Lynch. Chases down to third man from point, and they cross over to watch when he's batting sometimes, especially in his age group. I mean, this.
Oh, he's destructive. He owns it, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, coming into the senior level cricket, it kind of couldn't be intimidating, but he lives up to the expectation. Another delivery climbing a bit there, Pierre neatly behind it, and this is against the run of play that we've come to see of Ashan Pierre. He's usually the 6-hitter, but following your advice, Sheldon,
I think if he stays in long enough, he'll find it actually easier to 6 hit.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, these two had decreased. They stuck it out that was the qualifier last weekend here at Roxborough as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course you talk it through with the captain, and the game situation changes fairly quickly, but quite early on you should be saying to yourself, I want 15 or 20 overs myself, as long as I'm going to be scoring. Yeah, that's going to go this time.
Another ball guided down to third man. Lynch again chasing.
It's a big chase.
He does well again.
Yeah, that one got a little bit closer. Slight mix up. Yeah.
Alfred pushing Pierre there for the third run.
To yourself,
I think he wanted it, but
20
they
overs
eventually
myself.
cross over
as
for
long
3.
as I'm going to be scoring. He had to take a long walk away
and the ball guided down
from
to
at the
third man.
non-strikers end to catch his
Again,
breath.
chase
Big
and-
chase.
Yeah, he does well again.
That one got a
score moves up to 26 for the loss of 1. Ashon Beer moves up to 14. Aaron Alfred on to 4. Orlando James into his third over.
And it's the first time that we're going to see Alfred down at this end. He started from the other end, didn't he? Yeah, when the wicket fell.
Yeah.
So he's taking a fresh guard in that almost uniquely Guyanese way. I say that because it was the first person that I ever saw do that was Shivnarine Chanderpaul when he took the bail off and marked. I don't know if you ever saw anyone do it before that.
No, I think that was the first, and having grown up at that club as well back in Guyana, a lot of our players started following suit.
Yes, and then I think Ramnaresh Sarwan did it as well. I mean, I watched all the cricket that I watched in England, and we were aghast at the fact that someone would use the bail, to mark his guard. But it's become part of cricket now.
Yeah, James again
Ooh.
was another one that kind of kicks a little bit, and Alfred does well to play that out to square leg. Keeper Jaden Kent gives chase, and score moves up again by another single. 27 for loss of 1 after 6.
Yeah, so this tempo for me is much more enjoyable than T10. I mean, we would now be in the last 4 overs with 26 on the board. You might be crying, thinking, where is this going? There's just so much that can happen in a game of 40 or 50 overs with this situation. 1 wicket down, 27 on the board. Who could say who was, on top here? I'd like to think that this is not necessarily such a bad thing for C&B, and the reason I say that is they've got plenty of batting to come. They chose to bat as well. They won the toss, and this is what they wanted. Mind you, Scarra Mason Hall, Orlando James said that had he won the toss, he would have bowled first.
Yeah, I think what has happened a lot with a lot of games this season is that teams' batting force have been able to defend totals, and even despite that, runs on the board in a final, I think CNB are thinking along those lines as well. Some scoreboard pressure could apply if they can get up to, say, 200, maybe 220.
Yeah, I liked the track when I saw it this morning for a little bit more, and I thought if they could bat and be disciplined, you want to take advantage of bowlers 4 and 5. You give them 1, 2 and 3 and say, okay, these are really good bowlers, but bowlers 4 and 5 you have to look to give a working over, and it could be that you're forced to use bowler number 6.
That's the funny thing with Scarborough Mason Hall. When you start thinking about bowler number 2 potentially being Joshua James, that first change, and Shaquille Duncan, who's had a brilliant season as well with the ball. You've had Nicholas Sugdio Singh, who I think has the best bowling figures in the 40 over. So
that's why they were looking to bowl first.
Yeah, I think
they're happy with the bowling attack.
Yeah, there's still, when you start thinking about the 6th bowler being someone like a Xavier Reid, Scarborough Mason Hall has Scarborough Mason Hall has all bases covered. And I mean, even if CNB had decided to insert them, you have to strongly favour Scarborough Mason Hall with the experience. The experience of Lizama and Ford and James coming back into the team. Actually, Orlando James more so having, and I'll stand corrected, having most runs in the South Premiership 2 league for Woodland Sports, who are now promoted to Premiership 1. And fortunately enough, we had 5 Tobagonians participate for that team.
Yeah, he's destructive when he gets going, isn't he?
And it's really, like I said, he's one of the talents for the future for sure. And that one tickled fine by Pierre. waiting for a signal from the umpire. It does run away into the boundary. It runs.
Four, yeah.
Runs to pair. Nice little tuck shot. And that variable bounce again, that seemed to stay a little bit lower rather than the true bounce that we've been seeing. Score moves up to, make it 33 for the loss of 1 now. And they're going on pretty nicely, Sheldon, despite not being 10, 15 runs per over for a 40 over game. They're going along pretty nicely at 5 runs per over, with the fact that, like you said, there is a chance with wickets in hand in the back end, you can go a little bit harder and try to get that 10, 15 runs per over in the last 8 overs or so.
Yeah, this could be nice. I just feel as well that later on, if the cloud cover keeps off.
That's really well played by Ashon Pierre, and this is what I'm saying about Ford. This year he's looked to bowl with a lot more experience, gaining experience over the years, being from Barbados, playing in Trinidad, playing in Tobago, even more recently being out in the UK, and I think he did have some stints out in Canada as well. So
he's been busy, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's really nice to have him back as well.
Up to the wicket now and bowls.
That's pretty well played by Pierre. Out to mid-on. Allen gets around and they still cross over for the single, so 34 for the loss of 1.
I wouldn't say that he was I wouldn't say he was deep there. It just took a little bit longer to get there, and he wasn't attacking it. So in the end, it was, a reasonably easy single once you set off quick enough. He's a big fella, isn't he, Pierre?
Yeah, I think I joke a lot of times, and I mentioned that from the time I met Ashwin Pierre in 2009, 2010, he's been this size. He was 13 years old, and no one can believe that he was 13 years old.
Yeah.
It's really nicely played by Alfred. Another attempt at a run out. I think that's Zion James at backward point, and older brother is having a little bit of a mouthful to give him right now.
Yeah, it got out there quite quickly, and a direct hit, I think, would have been, well, first of all, you've only got that one stump to aim at. Although, if we're going to talk about direct hits at this ground, it was a bit special, and I don't keep clips of commentary that I've done. I know people have a kind of a folder, and then anytime they've said something that they think was good, they keep it and they put it in the folder. I don't have one of those, but if I did, that would be in it. That was a particularly special and memorable moment. I'm talking about a run out affected by Jason in a big game.
T20 final, right here.
Yeah.
And that was a night game. And I will mention, Sheldon, that was the last time I threw the ball from the boundary to the wicket. I've been in physiotherapy ever since.
Yeah, and it was the middle stump that was taken out from the boundary. It was a terrific piece of work. Here's the next delivery. He looks comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, like I said, Alfred has played at the top division in Trinidad. I can't recall if he's ever played for the Red Force team, but he was really, really good with the gloves, and that opening batsman that you look to in the longer formats as well. Even in the shorter formats, he can be ultra aggressive as well.
Well, if these two stay in, where are we? 36 for 1. Give them another couple of overs, have a meet in the middle and decide where they're going to go, how they're going to take it.
That's not a bad offer at all from Berg. Sliding down the leg side and throwing the hands at it. Wide signal by umpire Ross. We'll make mention that there is a Tobago over 50 tournament starting today. I think there are games at Shaw Park and Mariah, so if you can make your way all the way up to Roxborough, there is cricket in Tobago.
10 and 2
to be had.
Those games. Yeah. Oh, that was clever. He gave him the one before that was harder. He put a lot more into it, and in doing that he just drifted down the leg side. This time he slowed that down, and Pierre was through the shot before it got there. Clever bit of bowling.
Yeah, a bit change up there by, looked like from our angle it looked a good shot, but in the mind of the umpire it was probably sliding on the leg.
And he'd had a look at the one before as well. I think the shape.
Yeah, I mean,
gave him that.
Yeah,
plays inside that in the end.
it's really nice to see when these guys come back, hitting those good lengths. Is Orlando James, making it difficult for the batsman to decide whether he's going to play forward or back. It's unfortunate that that Woodland team that they played with down in the Premiership 2 division lost in their semi-final to Club Sando. But Club Sando, having the services of a few overseas players like I think it was Quinton Sampson, who was burst onto this T20 format, getting a half century against them, and I don't think it ever looked like they were going to come back. And even the captain of the Club Sando team, Silas Cooper, brother to Akil Cooper and Cephas Cooper.
Cephas, yeah. That's a nice hit.
That is pummeled by Ashan Pierre for 6. 6,
yeah.
This is what we talk about with Ashan. This is what you associate Ashan Pierre with. That 6 hitting ability and picking up lengths.
Yes, and he was quickly onto the length, wasn't he?
Yep. I think that takes him up to 25 now, and the score moves up to 43 for the loss of 1. I will tell you that last week in the playoff, Ashan Pierre deposited 2 balls behind that wall that had to be replaced.
That's short, didn't get up though, did it?
Yeah, hitting that good length again, so you get that variable bounce at Roxborough on that length.
End of the over?
Yeah, I'm looking around to see if there was a heavy roller used in preparation. I don't know if it was here during the week, because I don't think there was any cricket played here yesterday, but I'm only seeing a manual roller here. So if
they used that this morning. Yeah,
if you don't get that heavy roller to compact this pitch, it does offer that variable bounce. And it looks like Scarra Mason Hall, Orlando James is going to make his first bowling change. Shaquille Duncan coming into the attack. Don't know how you describe your ends here, Sheldon. You have some pretty names for these ends.
Yes. Well, given that you can see the ocean from that one, I designated that one the ocean end this morning, and given that the Windward Road passes behind us, I went for Windward Road. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. The Windward Road heading through the rainforest and heading up to Charlottesville as well.
Yeah.
It's Tobago is a beautiful place.
Time for a change in headwear.
Yeah, with Shaquille Duncan coming into the attack, I think both batsmen have opted for the cap now. I think Ashan Pierre just batted that last over from James with the cap as well. young Niall Devines doing 12-man duties for CNB United, and it's always a pleasure seeing these younger players around these clubs, because I can tell you firsthand, you knew the club that I played with for several years, and the reason why we faltered at the time we faltered was that we didn't have that youth program to keep the club going, and it's really nice seeing these younger players with all of these teams now.
Nice looking shot. You just take one.
It's really neatly played by Alfred. Score moves up to 44.
And the professionalism of the highest player on the team, you saw he was running to do the backing up.
Yeah.
You know, that's now part of the process for him. That's what you do. It doesn't care. It doesn't matter what the level of the cricket is or who else it is that's running after the ball. That's what you do, irrespective of how high you're playing. That was nice to see. It's a simple thing, but nice to see.
And he will demand that from his other younger players in the team as well. So that will automatically up the level of the entire team.
Yeah, lead by example as well. If it's good enough for you to do, it's good enough for me to do, so let me do it. I suppose you get used to it, that the more experienced you are as well, and that when you play at that level where it is a natural thing to do, it becomes a natural part of your game. Oh, where are we going here? Didn't move, did he? Joshua James.
Few steps there's left, but
once he settled himself, he'd picked the right spot to be in, and we saw that a few days ago in playing for the Red Force. He took the big catch, didn't he, at the end, and he takes another one here.
Yeah, I mean, Joshua's hands can potentially be about 10 inches long. You're not gonna get away. Many times you're not gonna see him drop a lot of catches in his career, and I'm gonna say that even going forward, he's not going to drop a lot of catches. I think the first wicket on that final day, he took a catch at backward point, and that's now a position you're familiarized with, Joshua James.
What is it that they're asking for? Are they asking for a drink?
Yeah, they're asking why is the 12th man not in the field at the fall of the wicket.
Yeah. It's too late now.
I think Lamont is going to take some time, so they could potentially get some water to the boundary feelers and that filter in between overs.
Yeah, I mean, they've been out there in the hot sun racing around for a while without a drink. It'd be nice to be absolutely racing out there with a few for those who feel that they need it.
Yeah, with Aaron Alfred going, that goes CNB's most experienced player, now 45 for the loss of 2 in over number 9. CNB are going to have to consolidate and rebuild another partnership now. Speaking
of drinks, Jason, we're quite lucky to have a small cooler next to us, and it's got some drinks in there. I hasten to add to everyone at home listening that they are completely non-alcoholic, so we won't be getting grogged up here. They're just juices and soft drinks, I assure you.
Kevin Lamont makes his way to the middle for CNB United, faces up to his first delivery now. Plays defensively out to mid-wicket. I can tell you I met Kevin Lamont for the first time playing for Police in the Division 2 in Trinidad.
There's a bit of a swing at that, doesn't really connect. The team that Orlando was playing for did you say in Division 2, did they get promoted? Yeah,
they are now promoted to Division 1, which is something I was hoping for, because I mean, Orlando James having captained the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team, I didn't like the fact that he was playing Division 2. Yeah. Now you don't have age group levels, you're competing with the best in Trinidad for a spot in that Red Force team or say in a CPL team, and you're not going to get much of a look in playing Division 2. So I do talk to him a lot of times, and I always mention so them getting promoted and having some sort of faith that he would be retained next year, it's going to vouch well for him going forward, because they're going to compete with the best of the best now.
He's playing a better level of cricket.
Yeah. He's actually going to compete against Joshua, because I think Joshua's down at Marching Patriots, and they're in the Division 1 level as well. The other 4 players that would have participated in that league with Orlando James, wicketkeeper here, Jaden Kent, Davian Shangi had a few games down there, Antonio Providence, who I think would have finished in the top wicket takers as well. I think I'm missing one more.
It will come to you.
Yeah. But it was really nice to see more Tobagonians getting out there and playing some sort of higher division cricket. This is Zion James into the attack. It's been pretty decent for Scarra Mason Hall with his off spin.
Pierre had a look at the first delivery. And has a dig at that one.
Yeah. Like I said, having 2 or 3 older brothers that would have played national cricket does help with their advice around the household.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete and total cricket household, isn't it?
Yeah, because we talk about Orlando James and Joshua James, but O'Malley James was age group wicketkeeper, I think, through the under 17, and one of the best wicketkeepers I've ever seen.
Is he the one that got a little bit...
No, I haven't seen O'Malley for some time, but he was tall and slim as well.
Oh, okay.
Pretty tall for a wicketkeeper.
So who was the one that was thick-set and quite heavy?
Atto.
Atto, yeah. In the James household. Yeah. He was the first at the table, was he?
Yeah. I think even Keelan James played some youth level cricket as well. But and I think he's lining up with CNB today as well.
Orlando slimmed down a little. He wasn't always as lean as he is now. Did he get hold of that? Did he come through for one?
Yeah.
Could be a bye. Let's have a look. No, it's a leg bye. Yeah. Got something on it, but it was just the leg. 45 for 2.
Final day of the Premier League, Sheldon.
Oh dear, I was wondering when you were going to mention that. Well, to be honest, there's only one thing of complete... Well, there are a couple of things, because who might get European football? Yeah. We know who's won it. It's Arsenal. Good luck to them, and I'm happy for all Arsenal supporters. The thing of real interest is Tottenham Hotspur and West Ham United, of course. You know, who's going to
get demoted? And
they're underway now, aren't they?
Yeah,
already.
I would have mentioned that because I'm hoping for a win for the club that I support to get that European spot. Chelsea down 2-1 actually to Sunderland.
Sunderland lead
2-1.
Chelsea 2-1. And do we know about West Ham and Tottenham? Just update viewers about the football.
Yeah, Chelsea need.
While we're at it.
Chelsea need some other.
Some help.
Some help from Manchester United leading against Brighton 3-0.
Oh, well, that one's done and dusted, I'd have thought. Coming back from 3 down against Manchester United. The interesting one is my daughter's an avid West Ham United supporter.
Yeah, so West Ham are 0-0 with Leeds, and Tottenham lead Everton 1-0.
Oh, well, it won't matter what happens with Leeds and West Ham if Tottenham win.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Even the Tottenham draw. The Tottenham need to lose and West Ham need to win for that to work out in West Ham's favour. So there's an update from the football.
Yeah, Arsenal finishing well as well, 2-0 over Crystal Palace. Another 30 minutes to go in all of these games.
And Manchester City, just out of interest.
1-1 with Aston Villa.
Here we go again. Nice big swing. Yeah, it was just that little bit too wide of James for him to cut that one off. He almost cut himself in half with the heavy, well, not heavy roll, the manual roller.
Yeah. James a little bit wider at long off to cover for whatever spin, but readjust now.
Just gone 6 meters to his left. He would have cut that off without any trouble. He may have caught it actually.
Yeah.
Think about it.
You don't want to be hitting the ball very close to Joshua James in here.
That one's gone straight to him now. There's a shape that you take on as you become more experienced in cricket. You don't panic because you've seen the ball coming at you so many times, you kind of know what to do, and you know how to, you know what the setup is. And he made that look so easy, where someone else with, you know, less of experience in the outfield could have made a bit of a mess of that. Ooh, there's a huge shout there. And he's gone. Well, it's impossible for us to see from our angle, but the umpire was, if he couldn't have been, he couldn't have been closer, could he? He was absolutely on top of that. Here's another look at the mess. Tried to work that. There was I think the shout confused them. There was a single there all the time, and the non-striker ambled down to that end, and it was only part way through that he realised, hang on a minute, I better get going here. They're thinking about bringing the covers on because there's some drizzle in the air. Ronnie McKenna is trying to tell them, not quite yet, I think this is going to blow over.
Yeah, there's a pretty decent wind today.
Yeah.
He eventually decides to have the covers brought on.
They're going to race it on, yeah. All right, well, it will give us time to let you know where we are as far as the score is concerned. Jason's going to do that.
Yeah, 51-3. Batsman out. Simmons Peters caught Jaden Kent off the bowling of Ford for 6 from 13 deliveries. Aaron Alfred caught Joshua James off the bowling of Shaquille Duncan. And Kevin Lamont just before this rain interval run out by Fabrice Lynch with a good piece of fielding and a direct hit. So that makes CNB 51-3 at 10.5 overs gone. Another 29 plus overs to bat still.
Yes, and you can hear on the on our microphones that the breeze has picked up a little bit. I think that will just help to blow whatever little drizzle. I mean, it is minute, isn't it? The drizzle. Hopefully that will blow away quickly, and we'll be back underway.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you're guessing at Roxborough with the rain. We know that it usually comes from that eastern zone, but of recent we've been getting some amount of rain coming out of the rainforest region in the northern zone as well.
All right, well, we won't go over the football results again because it will upset some people. But I'll be interested to see what happens, if only so I can commiserate with my daughter if West Ham go down, or celebrate with her in the event that Tottenham should lose and West Ham should win. But I think Jason and I are going to take a bit of a break now, and we'll be back as soon as the action gets back underway. others have been removed now. The umpires, Ronnie McKenna and Ruthven Ross, are out in the middle waiting for the return of the two teams. It's been just a little bit longer than we would have liked. We haven't heard yet whether there will be a reduction in the over. I don't think so. We can handle a 10-15 minute break. It shouldn't be a problem, and as long as we get back underway fairly quickly, we should be okay. And the umpires are trying to move things along just out of your shot. They're off just outside of that shot. Anyway, they're making their way back on to the field, and we should be underway fairly shortly. So welcome back to Jason Bassard. It's good afternoon now, isn't it? So
yeah, pretty much. Happy to see that the weather has passed.
Yeah, you were talking about where it normally comes from, and if we look to the left of our commentary position, which is the left of that screen, quite a good deal left actually, it normally comes from that direction. But if you look directly behind us, where it's disappeared now, it's going in that direction over those hills into the rainforest. Let's hope it stays there.
Yeah, it's been pretty unpredictable, the weather of recent.
I mean, we can see it in if we stand up and have a look, you can see it blowing away from us. So hopefully we're not going to get another interruption. Thanks.
Yeah, resuming at 51 for 1. 3 balls left in this Shaquille Duncan over.
How many overs have we had
This
to date?
is over number 11. Haven't had any information from the umpires of a short format.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be pretty close to what you were talking about, 215, 220. If they keep going at this rate, and as you say, if we don't lose any overs, here's the next delivery.
Yeah, one of the things with these scoring apps, it offers a projected score, and the projected score this time is 194, which is another 143 runs away, and that will solely and heavily depend on Ashon Pierre going on to bat maybe into the 30th plus overs.
Yeah, that's one of those times when you've got to be greedy. Ooh, there's a bit of a swing at that. His eyes lit up.
And what I will tell you is that despite the uneven bounce, Roxborough will offer spin to the bowlers that put some revs on the ball.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Another single, and forgetting that a wicket fell at the rain break. Marcus Daniel walks out to the middle at number 5. Marcus, a man known for finals.
Cometh the occasion.
Maybe not the hours yet, but yeah, he's in the few games that we've played against each other this season, he's shown that grit and
still
determination.
Got it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's shown that he wants to bat for a long period of time. I mean, when you get to this age, well, Marcus is 40 plus now. You want to slam bomb and get where you can get and get out before you get too tired to continue batting.
Yes, patience. I mean, that old saying, isn't patience is a virtue, and I think in this format of the game, you want to go for as long as you can. Ooh, that
this
goes
one
up.
is high. Xavier Reid getting under this one and takes it quite comfortably.
That's the big wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the end of Ashon Pierre and goes to Zion James. Like I said, Zion has taken wickets when it's mattered this season, and that's really good from a young man now probably 16, 17 years old as well.
That was way up there. Huge Huge hit. He got the elevation, he didn't get the distance.
I think quite a few times Ashwin has been out in that position at this ground this season. And with the fall of Ashwin Pierre, this is one of the James we forgot. Michael James, better known to most of the locals as Bolly. Also known for his big hitting, but like I said, the situation doesn't warrant big hitting at this point.
Yes, there's time, there's plenty of overs, and again we come back to this point that I've been trying to make about being slightly selfish and taking the overs for yourself. I'm not just saying stay in and don't do anything. You have to produce, but bat for a long period of time.
I mean, rotate strike, get 4 or 5 runs go over, and then you're going to get the loose ball because this is club cricket. No bowler is going to be unsung throughout their spell.
Yeah, not 100%.
James faces up to James.
Oops.
This is what these little matchups offer.
Who was that?
Yeah, that was Lizama at cover.
Aaron Lizama, yeah.
A little bit of a fumble, but that was pretty well hit by Mikhail.
And you never know what's going to happen when it's, travelling at some speed along the ground.
Yeah, we don't have those UK type outfields.
Lush and flat. This time of the year, May, in the UK, you've had all that winter and spring to prepare your grounds. They look lovely. You give it another month, if we have a really dry spell, end up looking exactly as it does here, rust coloured.
Yeah, a couple of fellas that would have played in the Tobago League making their way off to the UK April, May. Nonetheless, Josh Telemark has already gotten 100.
Is he up there already?
Yeah, I think he's with Hornchurch again.
He's gone to Hornchurch. Yeah, they've got a nice connection with Tobago. Jaron Alfred, having been up there and some degree of success, helped them to. That was a wide down the leg side. Helped them to get promotion. And we come back to this point about playing a level of cricket that suits you and helps you. That's short. Cutaway. This time it's stopped nicely and picked up without a run. Jaron played for Hornchurch Athletic. Hornchurch Athletic. There's another club in Hornchurch. Big swing.
I know it's hit out to is that Orlando James on the boundary.
Good stop. Yeah.
A full James play. Zion James to Michael James, fielded by Orlando James. And that's what you're going to get with Tobago cricket. And I can tell you that Michael James in his youth days, now making his way into senior team cricket in Tobago, went on to get 100 against Scarra Mason Hall, playing for Airport.
End of the over? Where were we? 53 for 4.
I think we've
moved on from there.
Yeah, it's 56 for the loss of 4 now.
Just finishing on this connection with Tobago and Hornchurch Athletic. Jaron Alfred had played for them for a season and saw them into the next division. I just felt that it was nice that he'd gone up there and had the season, but he was the class act in the team. There's the ball of first ball in that.
This is another one in the air, Zion on the boundary.
Oh no!
Oh,
it's
that
6.
was almost a pretty good grab by Zion.
I mean, he would have had to have been standing on the rope with hands outstretched.
Yeah, and I think he was still on the move, getting into the line of the throw.
Yeah.
And they're gonna move him now.
Yeah, so they got promoted. Hornchurch Athletic got promoted, and then Josh went up. I think Jaron would have liked to have gone back, and I would have liked to have seen him play at the next level. Yeah. And then Josh went, and he had a time of it, and he's gone back for a second season now. Just defensive push right into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, a couple other players that would have played with us at Club Crusoe and this season as well at Roxborough, Karen Prasad. I don't know if you're familiar with the name.
Where has he gone? Do you know?
I'm not 100%
another big
sure,
swing.
yeah, but this one's
James
well
is
inside.
under it, but he's going to hold on to that. Yeah.
This is going nowhere fast, and I think there's a total lapse in the plan from Michael James. Wicket number 5 goes down.
Ouch. 62 for 5 now.
Yeah, and Marcus is the lone ranger, the non-strikers, and I was mentioning Kieran also got 150 odd already up.
But we're not sure where he is.
I'll probably get the information. He'll probably text me in a bit because I'm pretty sure he'll be locked in here.
And you mentioned the Lone Ranger. I think the Lone Ranger has got to be Iraq Thomas, who's sort of permanently placed up there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still in contact. Surprising to see Antonio Providence now walk into the middle. I wasn't even sure that he had made his way back after those semi-final games in Trinidad on Friday.
He's out there now.
Yeah,
So there's hope yet.
Yeah, he's been in good nick most of the season. He got some runs down at Woodland as well. Antonio Providence was the missing man in the 5.
Oh yes, you were talking. Yeah, I told you you would fight. You'd remember who it was.
And that was a name that you don't forget quite easily. Yeah, and even your good friend Antonio Latwell already got 155 recently as well. So a couple of players that would have played in the Tobago Cricket Associations League. I think Atwell's out with. You'll help me with the pronunciation here.
Oh, Lim.
Yeah.
Outingham Park. Yeah. Yeah, Lim.
Yeah. Guys always send screenshots when they do well.
Ling. Otrington Park.
Yeah.
Otrington Park. What is that then? I'm not going to be wandering off looking at the. I'd have to find out which league they play in. Who are they playing against? Trafford, Metrovics. So that's probably Div 1 in Lancashire League, something like that. What about? There was a message coming from. I'm not going to say who it was from. Swing and a miss. One
listener is sending personal messages stating that he's played in England as well. I think you can guess who that is after seeing who that message came from.
Yeah, it was Ansel Ned. Where did Ned play, I wonder then?
He'll have to send that information privately.
Please tell us. Please tell us. In fact, anyone from Tobago who's played in England, join us.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun here. We've got 5 down already, so tell us where you've played and a little bit about it. I'd like to hear. And we've got the English young teams visiting again this year, haven't we?
Yeah,
Owen John was telling me.
The TCA Academy again?
Yeah, they're gonna be here. It's quite successful last time. That's where I saw Fabrice Lynch playing as well.
Yeah.
He had a good time of it. They really enjoyed themselves as well. Oh, bit short. Hit out into the deep. By Mr. Cricket.
If you associate anything with Marcus Daniel and Tobago, it's cricket. And heading into the latter half of the letter ball season, we're going to start looking forward to softball cricket, tennis ball cricket, and he's one of the men that's taken it upon himself to ensure that lives on. But as soon as the letter ball season finishes up, right outside in the car park here, Jaron Alfred, as you said, is gonna start a 7-over tournament.
Oh, right.
So we do have some sort of cricket to play after the season closes up.
It comes and goes so quickly, the season here.
Yeah, being 7 teams only now on the island, we've moved to a stage where there are no longer group games in the limited overs format, so you're only getting 6 limited overs games if you're not progressing to those semi-final and finals. And even with the league format,
big swing. Go on.
Yeah, even with the league format, it's 6 weekends of cricket basically as well. Yeah, this is gonna take a lot from these two senior men at CNB Cricket Club, Providence and Daniel. Will have to push on here now.
But they could take 12 or 15 overs, couldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, we're into over number 13 or 14 now. We'll make it
28, 30, and then you just flay things in the last 10, and even then, with 5 down, you might want to take it longer.
Yeah. 63 for the loss of 5 at 14 overs. Antonio Providence now joining Marcus Daniel at the wicket, yet to get off the mark. And like I said, these 2 spinners in operation, it's going to take a lot of digging in because this pitch does offer
a bit of turn
and a bit of invariable bounce as well.
I remember quite a few years ago the 40 over final when it was held at Mount Pleasant, and that was a bit of a damp squib. I hope this isn't going to go that way. I think someone got bowled out for 120 or something, which is really no amount of runs to be chasing.
Yeah, that was in Club Crusoe's dominant seasons.
Yeah.
They would have bowled out CNB for 27. The likes
of
that
could be it.
Yeah, the likes of Nevin Stewart, Zad Clark.
Yes. Whatever
Richard
happened
Ford.
to
Richard Ford was actually a part of that team as well. Zad is playing, I think, minor league division in Trinidad now. He's still around. He still sends the message ever so often to check in as well.
Yeah. He was quite sharp, wasn't he?
Yeah. A net bowler for the Red Force for a number of years because of how quick he was.
Yeah.
Never actually breaking into that team, but I think a couple of things might have played into that.
Yes, and I think one of them most people will be aware of, and the less said about that, the better.
Yeah. I mean, you're having it at all levels of cricket now, where you're seeing a lot of persons being shown up at the international level, at regional level, club level. Even, unfortunately, Joshua was called for improper action during the breakout league, and he did his correction work with Kelvin Williams, and has now been cleared to bowl.
Yeah.
Well, not now, but within the last year. This is a good battle of friends. Duncan to Providence. Yeah, it's gonna offer that variable bounce, and it's gonna offer turn.
Yes, you've got to be sure about committing to that length. Any hanging back, any pop on you.
Yeah, another one with a little bit of bounce and turn. I'll give you some stats from this league. So currently, before today, Ashwin Pierre was on 227 runs, and Liran Lazamo was on 219 runs for the most run spot. I think there was one other player that's in this running that wasn't mentioned because of not all the games being used on the app initially. Jamie Boyce with 20 wickets.
We'll see him today, won't we?
Yeah, Nicholas Sukhdeo Singh, as I mentioned earlier,
We'll
hasn't bowled as yet. Yeah, he hasn't bowled as yet. I don't even know if he's going to be asked to bowl today with the way things are going. He's on 11 wickets, Xavier Reid on 11 wickets, and Antonio Providence on 11 wickets. So there is a race on for most runs, most wickets as well. I think Ashwin would have surpassed the 240 run mark. That was the most runs. So I think the only person closest that's in action today will be Liran Lezama. Even Shaquille Duncan with another 175 runs as well. Zion James continues to Marcus Daniel.
Short.
This one's cut. James gets around and throws down at the non-striker's end, but Daniel gets there safely in the end.
Was in the air for a while. Fell in between the two fielders. Nice quick pick up by James as well. Brings Providence on strike now. A couple of players have decided to take a walk around the ground. It's a very English thing to do. It's not really done here because you're out in the hot sun all the time, but they've parked themselves close to where some birds are nesting and they're being buzzed by them. Nice swing.
Good square drive by Providence, but neatly stopped there by Kelsey Allen. Yeah, I think Joshua James was demanding that the 12th and 13th men start doing their duties with drinks. So I think that's getting a drink to Shaquille Duncan, who's in the middle of a spell now. 65 for the loss of 5 here in the final of the TCA 40 overs cricket tournament.
It's a little bit better length. Lezama picks up. There's no run, but you'd do that if you were the 12th man, wouldn't you? I mean, you'd know that it was hot and thirsty work, so you would take the walk round and give it to him. How many times have you got to do that? Twice maximum in the 40 overs. That's not a lot to ask, is it? Well, he's got hold of that one.
Yes. And I think that's 6 runs. Like I said, you're going to get those loose deliveries, so if you just manage to dig in and rotate strike in between, you're going to have opportunities to score.
Yeah, as you said earlier on, Jason, put the bad ball away and wait for it. I mean, you can help to bring it about by the way that you play or how much you leave. You almost force the bowler into changing a line when either you play it easily or you just leave it.
Yeah.
And he decides, okay, I'll try something else. And it's in that trying something different that you tend to get the looser delivery. And that one was full and put away nicely for a maximum.
And just to mention, what a way to get off the mark. After 14 deliveries of playing defensively, Providence gets that loose full toss and puts it away.
Off the mark with 6.
Yeah, like I said, he's been putting in the work. I've seen him at Shore Park a couple of times, and he's actually been putting in the work, so reaping the rewards of his investment in himself.
Have you had a reply from Ansel Ned yet about where he played, or is he decided he's not going to tell us?
Yeah, he's wandered off.
Yeah. Cut that away, it was wide.
Yeah, I think that's the line that Shaquille Duncan tends to operate to the players like Marcus Daniel, who seem like side dominant. He tries to drag them as wide as possible outside the line of off stump.
Well, that's another good hit.
Swept,
yeah,
and Ford covers that square leg, and it's just a pretty nice shot for a single.
It actually was a very good shot for little return, wasn't it? Just the one. He got hold of that nicely, and it looked nice as well, but just the one.
We're mentioning players that play in the UK and just looking out in the middle and remembering that Antonio Providence has been there for the last 2 or 3 seasons as well.
Yeah, I think he's been up north somewhere.
Yeah, but putting in those contributions as well whilst he's there. This one sliced out to deep extra cover. Ford gets around again and
keeping him busy.
Yeah.
Second time that he's had to run. First time off to the right, this time off to the left to pick up 2 nice pickups and 2 strong throws. Both times just the single first time to Marcus Daniel, and then the next one to
Ansel Ned is listening to us. So he said he was at Caldwell Cricket Club in Birmingham.
Oh, very nice, mate. Birmingham.
Yeah, I think one of the things that stemmed the likes of him and John and Alfred going for a second stint is that they got those opportunities as older adults, and you know, you have your demands of work, and getting that time off to go away to play cricket is
and
not,
then family. Yeah,
it's not going to be the easiest thing.
yeah. I think the one thing I remember about Geron being away was just how much he missed his daughter.
Yeah.
You know, he would have liked, I'm sure, to have gone again, but had he stopped to think about it, I think he'd probably have said, well, I'm not going to do it. You know, just miss his little princess too much.
I'm getting some information from Emil Telemark, another 98 this weekend.
He's taking them apart, isn't he?
Unfortunately, in a losing effort.
Oh dear.
Yeah, the other scores, they're not very much to assist. There's 140 down the order in position number 8.
Yes, and there were back-to-back promotions, I think, for that team, Hornchurch Athletic. As I said, there's another Hornchurch team in that town, Hornchurch.
Yeah, he's still at Hornchurch Athletic as
Yeah.
well. I think he would have replaced Jaron when Jaron
Yes,
was in
yeah.
all in season.
So the Hornchurch Athletic, I think they now play in Div 3, and the Hornchurch proper, they play in the Premiership in the Essex Cricket League. It's a good step up for the Athletic. Another big swing, a good stop.
Like I said, Kelsey Allen has been out of cricket for a while, but you couldn't tell. That's another really good stop at backward point. And that's going to frustrate the batsman, because that would have run away into the deep point boundary for 4.
Yes, and then back on it and forces a defensive shot from Providence.
This is really good from Zion James. 4.2 overs, 1 maiden. 12 runs for the 1 wicket, and the big wicket of Ashan Piradat.
Punched to the man at extra cover, no run.
And funny that you mentioned that direct hit in that final. Man of the crease was the victim of that run out. Antonio Providence. He would have been playing with Scarra Mason Hall at the time. I think that was a one-off season that he probably decided to take a break from CNB United.
Just took a single.
A couple of shuffles this year as well. Simmons Peters, we've grown accustomed to seeing him with Scarborough Mason Hall. He moved to CNB United as well. And, well, a lot of movements after the end of last season as well. James again to Daniel.
Bit short. Not able to take advantage of it. We mentioned Simmons, Peters. We will see him again, not with the ball, but in the field.
Yeah, that's
a real specialism,
yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I think it came from him falling in love with the sport from a younger age than a lot of these guys actually get to. A lot of players in Tobago do not come through cricket ranks from the lowest level primary school. A lot of times they only decide that they want to play more cricket at an older age, say 16, 17 in the past. Happy to see the Sport TT programs and the TCA programs reaching out more into the primary schools. There's a current primary school league actually going on as well. So the grassroots programs are now showing up a lot more in effect, and that's where you're going to see the likes of more like Fabrice Lynch and Kimmel Lynch and KL Campbell and these guys coming through.
You mentioned about the primary schools cricket league, and we've got, I think, the secretary in the Division of Education here, Orlando Kerr. We may have a chat with him during the interval. I think he's the area representative for Delaford, Roxborough and Argyll. So we may get to have a
this
chat
one
with him.
pulled away backward, a square by Providence, and
That's 4.
with the amount of turn that Duncan's getting, you're not going to expect to see a deep square leg out there, but that's manipulating the fielders. Providence, like I said, he has been in some good touch.
Yeah, he got himself into a good position and put that away.
And that's what he'll offer. He'll soak up those good deliveries, and then he'll put away the bad ones. He moves on to 12. The score moves on to 79 for the loss of 5. This is over number 19.
Yeah, that projected score is beginning to look like something that they would settle for now, isn't it? 190.
Yeah, it's actually down to 174.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It would have gone down. So
Yeah.
if you'd offered that to them at the start of the game, they may have said, "Nah, we're looking for 210."
Yeah.
Offer that to them now, they'll bite your hand off. 190. I'm thinking it could be as low as 160 if they bat out the overs. Another nice hit out into the deep.
And that's gonna run close to the boundary. 4 does get around and does the cleanup work. Another single out to the sweeper.
Nice throw as well.
Yeah. And like I mentioned yesterday, Queen's Park Cricket Club winning the T20 tournament in the TTCB Premiership 1 League over Marchant Patriots. A lot of big names showing up. Andre Fletcher, Kadeem Allen for Queen's Park, Chandler Paul Hemraj and Raymond Reefer for Marchant Patriots. So
yeah, big names.
So even at the top division in Trinidad, they're employing the services of players that have regional experience. And with that league being completed, and I think that's the end of the TTCB Premiership cricket, you're gonna probably see a few more.
Another big one in the
this
air.
one's out to James again. You're not gonna get away.
It's catching practice, isn't it, for him? He just really does make it look so easy.
That's another easy dismissal. Marcus not even attempting the run, hoping for a drop catch. Just flick the Velcro on the gloves and started to head to the pavilion.
Is that the second or third catch that he's taken?
Third catch.
Third.
Yeah, he caught Simmons Peters.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he caught I think it was Lamont and now Marcus.
When you look at the scorecard, when you see a catcher with 3 or 4 catches, you tend to think he's the wicketkeeper. Yeah. It's not. It is not the case.
Yeah, to be honest, actually Simmons Peters was caught by the wicketkeeper Jaden Kent. Joshua would have caught Aaron Alfred.
Yeah.
Aaron Alfred, Marcus Daniel, and Michael James, all off the ball in a Shaquille Duncan. So
Duncan's got 3.
Yeah, Shaquille's gone 6 overs, 23 for 3.
So that, for me, drops this to 120 now.
Who is walking to the middle now? I think this is Keelan James, if I'm not mistaken. Better known to many locals as Benga.
Yes.
When you have this many James, you need those nicknames.
What was the other James's nickname? You mentioned it when he went out
Bolly.
to bat. Bolly, yeah. There's another one that's similar to that. Bolivar.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his real name?
Bolivar is Clinton Brooks, still
Clinton Brooks, yeah.
Still active with Roxborough Strikers. I think a couple of weeks ago against a weakened Scarra Mason Hall team, we took them apart and he hit a few sixes off of this youngster.
Hit out into the deep for a single.
Yeah, another single, and James is going to make Providence run the rest of that run. And his youth age group cricket as well. Keelan James was a pretty decent all-rounder, bowls a little bit of left arm seam, and could hold onto his bat and hit a long ball as well.
Nice punch into the off offside for no run. Went straight to the fielder. There's an air in the Scarborough Mason Hall team of being at ease with the situation. Well, you would be with the score. Jason's going to tell us.
At 81 for 6, into the 20th over, halfway through. And you've already been more than half down, and knowing the how the lineups usually line up, you know that the batsmen to come are not gonna be those out and out frontline type middle order batsmen. This probably might be CNB's last recognized pair.
So Orlando James's brief chat at the toss, where it was Marcus Daniel who won the toss, and when Orlando was asked, when I asked him what he would have done, he said, well, we would have bowled. I wanted to bowl, so it makes no difference to me that
they've chosen to bat.
Marcus has chosen to bat because we wanted to bowl. We think we've got good enough bowling. We think that it will just do a little bit early on, and even when the conditions change, we think we've got the bowling.
This one's hit out to wide, long on, and another 6 for Providence. So he's dealing in boundaries. When he's gotten that loose ball, he's put it away.
And let's say that he was to bat for another 10 overs, and in that 10 overs, he had 10 loose balls.
Yeah.
He completely changes the nature of the game.
50-60 runs.
Yeah. So that's really the key here. Stay and bat.
And what I will say is that I'll stand corrected, because I'm thinking that this might have been CNB's last recognized pair, but there is still Donovan Roberts and Shaquille Thomas.
Who can bat a bit.
Yeah, and they come in at 9-10, just offers a bit of support to Providence if he can bat the next 20 overs or so.
Thought about the single. Didn't really. He was looking to guide it and wasn't sure to guide or to hit. He ended up just tapping it to the fielder there, and there's no run. And I think this is a little bit like what Jason was hinting at. He's waiting for the bad ball that he really does identify. This is bad, and I'm going to hit it. And that the one that he tapped wasn't quite bad enough. It was short and wide, but not bad enough. We wanted to have a go at that one, but not bad enough for him to have a go at.
Yeah, a lot of times, what I will say about again this pitch offering a bit of turn, if you can slow your pace, it does make it even harder to get any kind of power behind those shots, because you're not getting any pace to work with.
But yeah, if he's patient and waits for the bad ball.
Yeah, he does get a loose one outside off stump again, and chance for a run out. Yeah, but James eventually makes it through safely. I think Providence did suffer a little bit of a hit on Friday in that semi-final game in the T20 Premiership 2 Festival. I think it was a leg injury of some sort. I think he took a catch and landed pretty roughly on one of his knees.
Yes, he's been labouring a bit when it comes to the quick singles, and even the ones where he's had to jog through and they've realised and they've rushed him a little bit. He's had to pick up and then try to finish off the single, even though he's limping a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, even Niall Devine's trying to get on the field to give him a drink, but
not yet.
Yeah, you got to be ready when the over is done to get that done.
Yeah. Yes, at the end of the next over, be ready.
Yeah, Shaquille Duncan just 1 over from completing his spell now. 7 overs, 3 wickets for 30 runs. And Zion James into his 7th now, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Yeah, swept away neatly there by Providence. James gets around and picks up cleanly another single. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was surprised to see Providence bat this low. Position 7 actually, knowing the kind of form that he's been in throughout the season. I don't know if that had anything to do with the injury concern.
Yeah, I can only I suspect that it was. You know, if things are going well, then, you know, bat me lower if I need to. And he's really hobbling, isn't he?
Yeah, it's never easy playing through injury. And as another throw of the hands by Killan James that doesn't make contact and just goes away for another bye. Even Zion James getting a little bit of turn, and like I said, you often no pace to the batsman. They have to create all the power into the shot.
Yeah, you have to make it happen.
Yeah, this one's driven square, and you're not gonna beat Shaquille Duncan and the boundary a lot of times.
Nice bit of cricket.
Yeah.
Nice looking cricket shot. Went all along the ground. A nice run, pick up, and a good throw.
You were talking about Simmons Peters and his fielding ability. A lot of times when it comes down to those draft leagues, you'd pick Simmons Peters and Shaquille Duncan only on their fielding ability, not even considering the fact that they are pretty decent batters and bowlers.
Save you 25 runs.
Yep.
That could be the game. I mean, really, I've seen some games with Simmons Peters and counted the runs that he saved. 18 or 20 runs, you know, that's what you want, going to make the difference.
And Scarra Mason Hall already winning the 2-day John Pollard Memorial 2-day Cricket League, and I think Coach Brian Brown mentioned to me that it's 100-year anniversary for Scarborough Mason Hall as well this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So congratulations to the club. Congratulations to the likes of Salandi Sobers and Bill Brown Sr. On their contributions to this club throughout the years. Those are the persons that I knew around the club. I can't tell you about beyond beyond the other years. But yeah, having a club in Tobago and keeping it going for this amount of time, yeah, that's an accomplishment in itself. I think the only other long-standing club now might be CNB United and Roxborough to an extent. All the other clubs have disseminated the likes of coaching school,
Crusoe, you mentioned
Cavaliers Cricket Club, Crusoe. But I will hint that
there may be a comeback.
There may be a comeback.
Yeah.
A lot of persons in the senior management profile has asked that we make an attempt, and I think I'd never thought that I would have played for any other club in Tobago. Yeah, so I want to probably try to close it off and get it back on the way, even if it meant giving another 2-3 years towards the club.
If your body will allow.
It takes a lot. I can tell you, without physiotherapy and seeing this osteopath that I'm currently seeing, I would not be playing right now.
Wide called.
Yeah, another wide by signal by Ronnie McKenna. Yeah, so the thing is, it's not everyone that has the capacity to access those services. So I can tell you that it's never easy in sport for any player to withstand an injury and make a comeback.
92 for 6. That 120 is looking decidedly possible now.
It's likely with Providence there and playing the way he is, seeing the ball the way he's seeing it, and just putting away the bad deliveries despite not being able to take those extra run in the outfield.
He came back for a second.
Yeah, Duncan into his last over now, and I was mentioning to you earlier, when you think about Shaquille Duncan being your first change bowler, there isn't a lot to give. I don't think James is going to get that one. That's a pretty nice shot by Providence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier. Give him a little bit of pace and he can use that pace and time it to the boundary. With no pace on the ball, he would have had to create the power in that shot, and it might have gone more towards Ford.
Joshua James practicing the shot that he just saw Providence execute. He can't wait until it's his turn if they decide to bat him high up. 98 for 6. That's nicely guided. Good stop.
Yeah, that's Fabrice Lynch again.
If that got past him, there were a couple of runs there. Even with probably his bad knee, he would probably have made it.
Yeah, projected score still around 170 odd.
They do well to get that. Picked out the man. Leron Lizama picking that one up.
Still another 17 overs to go after this one.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. Here's the key now, to be really greedy and say, okay, I'm going to take all 17.
And it has to be Providence at this point, you'd think.
Would you agree with that? If you were in Provi's position, would you be looking at the scoreboard and say, I don't care who's at the other end, I'm keeping this end.
Yeah.
I'm going to bat 17. You can add 2 or 3 runs per over.
Yeah, with the option to go hard in the back end with another 4 wickets.
And that's just him. I'm saying every time I'm at bat, I'm looking to end the over with 3 that I've brought to the party. 3 times 17. Add that to the score, and at least you begin to have something that's reasonably competitive. And as you say, you would change that up with 5 overs to go and say, okay, foot on the gas and let's really go for it.
Yeah, I think he would be pleading with Killer and James not to play a rash shot and give away his wicket, so that he has more
bodies to work with.
In hand at the back end.
Yeah, very true.
Like I said, Donovan Roberts and Shaquille Thomas are no mugs with the bat. They can come and hold up an end with him as well. So you're looking for James to at least give you another 7-8 overs before you even think about losing another wicket. CNB 2 runs away from that triple figure mark, at least adding some decency to the total as well.
Yes, you reminded me of that disastrous 40 over competition where they were bowled out for 27. I think I've got that online somewhere. Oh, that goes up in the air, but it's going to drop safely.
Yeah. CNB move up to 99. 99.
I used to do those little clips just using the phone, like a highlights thing, and put them up there. So I think that's one of the things that's up there.
And I will apologize. I will apologize to. I'm getting information whilst we're here, and I will apologize. Airport Cricket Club has been around for quite a number of years, and like I said, I've only been playing in Tobago from 2009, and I'm getting information that the airport was formed in 1990 by TCA executive Philbert Joseph.
Good stop.
Yeah, Kelsey Allen has done pretty well on the boundary.
There'll be an overthrow there, however.
And they're going to force Providence to run that run as well with the throw.
What? So that's airport authority. What about police then? They must have.
From my knowledge, police was only formed recently.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know if they were existing prior to 2009.
Well, we'll go with airport authority of having been around for a while then, yeah?
Yep. Zion James also into his final over.
Decided against having a stab at that end of the over.
Yeah, 101.
6.
101 for 6, 24 overs gone. Providence has to stick it out for the next 16 overs.
See, here was this thing that we were talking about at the very beginning, just how long you have. You have 16 more overs to go. There's so much time.
You think about that realistically, it's 96 balls, so even if you got, say, 70 from that, that's 170, that's your projected score.
Yeah.
So, and you're gonna, if you have wickets in hand, you're gonna go at more than that. You're gonna go at a runner ball.
Yeah, go hard.
As we see Nicholas Sugdio Singh brought into the attack.
Yes, you'd mentioned that we hadn't seen him yet.
Yeah, I think he might have had the best bowling figures in this tournament this season. If I can find that stat now. Yeah, best bowling figures. Yeah, Nicholas Sugdio Singh with 6 for 16.
6. That's nice, isn't it? You take a 5 is great, but you get anything 6 or 7.
And funny enough, we've had actually 7 5-ers this season. Jamie Boyce with 5 for 6. I think that was in the eliminator game against Police. Joshua Alexis for Roxborough Strikers. Richard Murray for Georgia Police Youth Club. Antonio Providence with a 5 for 36. Nicholas Sugdio Singh with another 5 wicket haul. 5 for 43. This one doesn't carry to James. Kellan James with a throw of the hand. Sugdio Singh bowls a bit of leg spin, I think it is. Don't know how much turn will be on offer. We'll probably try to get some visuals on the screen to see how much turn is being on offer. Yeah, and Cassiel Chance, who is not in the lineup for CNB United today, actually got 5 for 45 as well.
Yeah, most of those are slower, aren't they? Slower bowlers.
Yeah, besides Murray, everyone else is spin. Yeah, this one's thrown pretty high above the eye line of Providence and just driven out into the offside for 1.
There's Sugdio Singh again. Floated up there.
there is a bit of turn. I just didn't watch the live action there just to see what was happening, and there is a bit. That one would have pitched around middle and off stump and went away. Providence hobbles over for another single.
Microphones are picking up an almost gale-like wind. I hope it's not that bad at home.
Yeah, Providence hits that one out to the mid-wicket. Lezama gets around quite comfortably. Another single to Providence.
Yeah, can't be doing him any good, all that running up and down.
Yeah, I think a lot of times sometimes those injury restrictions force you to concentrate a little bit more.
105 for 6. There's another single.
I think this is what was needed from the top order batsmen. A little bit more of this and putting away the bad balls. Yeah, that's the end of 25 overs. 106 for the loss of 6.
They've got 1 run more than we have on the app.
106 is correct.
It hasn't updated yet.
The thing is, with these scoring apps and or kind of internet signal, you get it's updated now.
Yeah.
And Xavier Reid being the 6th bowler gonna be used. Like I said, when you think about Scarra Mason Hall, they have all bases covered in their bowling attack. And we haven't seen the franchise player
at all.
Joshua James. I don't think he's going to risk getting injured so close to a big tournament.
That's
a
no
high
ball, yeah.
pitched full toss. I would think James would have taken a risk there, knowing that it was that high. So umpire Ross signals the free hit. Like I said, James is known for hitting a long ball. Yeah, but just couldn't get under that one and hit down to long on.
Just the one.
Xavier Reid actually fancies himself a bowler that can do the job at any point of an innings. I've seen him bowl at the opening position of innings and get that ball to do quite a bit through the air as well.
Waiting for the bad one.
Yeah, I think there are a few that he would have probably gone at if they hadn't been that many down.
He's playing well here. Just, taking his time and walk through for another one.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Providence coming back from a pretty good Premiership 2 season, which I would rank maybe 2 divisions higher than what we're currently playing. And doing so well there, you'll see it in Administer in. Yeah, that's another high full toss. Could see umpire McKenna signal the no ball. And yeah, that's
6.
put away.
Yeah,
that was what I would have expected with the first one, but I think it might have surprised Kellan James.
This is painful because not only has it gone for 6, but it's a no ball, and he's got to bowl it again, with the possibility of more runs being added to it.
I think the umpire is determining that they're not threatening full tosses to harm the batsman, because usually you think with 2 full pitch deliveries he might have been taken off the attack. But I would have even seen it in the IPL this year where there was a bowler that bowled 2 high pitch full tosses and was not taken off the attack because they were away from the batsman's body.
Yeah, I think that is right. Where you are endangering the striker, then you should be removed from the attack. But a no ball, then you'd be saying if you no ball and overstep, you no ball 3 or 4 times, are you a danger to the batsman? No, the more you overstep, the better it is for him. So.
I don't think CNB United would be complaining if they got a few more high pitch full tosses.
Yeah, that they could put away.
One delivery left in the 26th over, 117 for 6, and I think CNB are getting a little bit of a move on here with the 5th and 6th bowler being introduced into the attack.
And it's just got that feeling that they're knocking it about reasonably comfortably, 118 for 6 at the end of the over. But it also felt for a while that Scarborough Mason Hall had said, yeah, this is it, we've got this, we can wrap it up. For me, when you get into that position, it's no longer a question of let's make a game of it. You play on a Sunday afternoon normally, and it's a friendly. Yep. Then you make a game of it. You put a few guys on that you can knock around and score some runs. But if you're playing in a competitive game, as this one is, for a trophy, it's your foot on the juggler, isn't it? You really want to finish them off.
And even with the Tobago Cricket Association tournaments, mentioning that there were like 5 players playing in the Premiership 2 division, not excluding other players like Joshua James that would have played in Trinidad for a bit, Xavier Reid. But TCA introducing a format that's now allowed more Tobagonians to be seen, because in the past clubs would have been unlimited to the amount of Trinidadians or overseas players that they could bring in. Now you're only allowed two. Yeah, so it does allow for more younger Tobago players to have an opportunity, as well as keeping the tournament within reach of all the clubs.
Yeah.
Starting to see a little bit of uneasiness from James.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would have brushed the edge.
Well, he wasn't going to walk, was he?
I did see him hit the turf a bit, so I'd like to see that replay. Yeah, it does look like it did take a little bit of an edge, but with the amount of turn that this pitch offers,
it could very well be.
It could very well be turned. So the man that matters is Ronnie McKenna, judging it caught behind. And here comes Donovan Roberts to replace Kellan James. So yeah, still another 13 overs after this one. And CNB United 119 for 7.
We come back to a point that you were making earlier on about not batting out the overs, and even if you went for 3 and over, let's say it wasn't a big score, but that could make the difference in the game. If you finish off 5 overs short, 15 runs, you would want to add that to your score.
Funny enough, a lot of times in the past, I was making a mention of the amount of players from outside of Tobago that usually play. A lot of times the Tobago cricket was still you're gonna have a lot of that win. Yeah, funny enough, you would have had a lot of times where the Tobago cricket season was still in function whilst the Trinidad season was done, and you'd have 5-6 players coming into clubs, and then you're playing against some top division players.
Could be another microphone,
Yeah, it could potentially be the roving camera up on top.
Yeah, because when we cover, it's still there. Let's hope it's not too disturbing at home.
And dead ball signal from umpire McKenna.
$119 for 7. We're looking at a possible 170.
Yeah, Donovan Roberts is pretty technically correct. Has batted further up the order for other clubs as well. Even for this same CNB United, you would have been batting in the top 5 before, as Orlando James comes back into the attack.
Change of headwear for Providence as he decides it's the time for the lid or the helmet.
Yeah, with James coming back and being a little bit sharper.
Yeah.
You don't want to risk getting an injury.
There are some batters who bat with a helmet irrespective of who's bowling. They're perfectly happy, aren't they?
Yeah, Marcus Daniel being one of those.
Yeah,
I can tell you firsthand.
Yeah. Never changes.
He has the self-admittance to say that it doesn't matter who it is, he'll bat with the lid for the entirety of his inning. I can tell you someone much slower than Orlando James almost blinded me once. Down in Trinidad on a wet pitch, your youth could lie to you at some points. And a little bit of a leading edge took the left eye. Yeah, that one takes the outer half of the bat and goes down to Shaquille Duncan at third man. Providence gets, gets another single. And I think probably one of the better batsmen coming out to Tobago, Kenneth Williams, would have had a eye issue that short-lived his career as well.
Oh. I was bowling to Imran Jan one year in our club nets. He played at a much higher level, and he said, "Shall come and bowl a few for me," which I did, and he swept. He went to sweep one of the deliveries, and he got a top edge into his just above the eyebrow, and it was so swollen.
Yeah.
Off some innocuous, delivery, some simple medium pace, and he'd taken the helmet off.
Yeah. When you have youth on your side and you think you have your best side, funny enough, it was my regular opening partner, Akil Clark, and I were batting together, and we were thinking about finishing the game to go hang out.
Yeah, so for those of you who start out with a helmet and become accustomed to a helmet, I might suggest that you go with that. Do a Marcus Daniel and just bat with a helmet. I always did, but then I was never really categorized as having to face anything that fast. Ooh. Seemed to turn him around a little bit, that one.
It's Donovan Roberts trying to pick up the pace to the wicket, and Orlando James will be attacking the pads and the stumps at this point.
He's just outside the off stump again. Can't say that he really played at it, but beat the bat.
I think from around the wicket, James would be attacking his stump, so Roberts would be playing for that delivery that comes back. That one might have just seemed away a little bit.
Straight, huh?
Yeah.
Played back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over, 120 for 7.
Yeah, 12 overs left in the inning.
Still seems like so much time, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think Providence wants to face the spin with his hat, and wants to face the seam with the helmet. So he's trying to get the 12th man to understand that as well.
He'll forego the floppy hat. Are you a floppy hat guy? I didn't have one in my kit.
I don't think I've ever owned a floppy hat. I think it takes a lot to stay on your head, and that is, as soon as you start chasing, it's gonna fly off.
It comes off. Yeah. I'm not the floppy hat guy.
I've actually considered it with the kind of sun and heat that we've had in throughout the season, but
yeah, you get that extra cover, especially around the neck. Oh, that one was up there for a long time, or it seemed like that. Nudged into the onside, and they take one.
Yeah, this is what Sukhdev Singh usually offers, a little bit of flight that doesn't quite get up there for you to hit down the ground.
Providence ambled down for that single, and actually the return hit the stumps. Swept out into the deep.
This is what I'm saying. Donovan Roberts is no mug with the bat. If Scarra Mason Hall thought that they were into the tail, you have a guy with at least 1 or 2 hundreds in his Tobago cricketing career.
Oh.
I think the last 100 being for Club Crusoe as well at Shore Park.
Nice looking shot. Take one. Ouch. Such a sharp return.
Yeah, most of these guys still have pretty strong throwing arm. So getting around and backing up is never gonna be an easy stop.
Providence on strike.
And that's the
Another
end of
one.
Providence.
Again, I mean, the look was, that's it, easy. Sailed into his arms.
If you're not gonna be at least 10 feet over the height of the rope, Joshua James is gonna take you out there.
Eat you up, yeah.
Yeah. And you wanna believe with that goes most of CMB hopes of getting anywhere close
To the 170.
to the 170. They'll do well to get
150.
Yeah, 150 probably. I think the main focus now for CNB should probably be batting out the other 11 overs remaining.
How much time there is, just shocking, really.
I did make mention of that. It's been disappointing that a lot of teams have not batted out their overs, and a lot of times it hasn't even been 40 overs because of late starts and late arrivals or wet pitches or whatnot. And you've had 35 overs the teams have not batted, 30 overs the teams have not batted. I think even in the T20 competition, teams are being bowled out inside 20 overs right now. I mean, it's the teams that you'd expect not to do great, but at the same time, you'd expect them to be able to hold their own with the basics and just bat time. I mean, if you get 100, your team has 100 plus whatever else everyone else offers to the team. So, like you're saying, being selfish does help a lot, and I credit Liran Lezama a lot at times for that, because his self-admittance to getting a score always helps the team that he plays for.
Yes, it's also means that the bowlers know that that wicket has a value. You're going to have to work hard to get it. You're not going to get me in the first 10 or 15 balls.
Yep.
You know, it's 30, 40, 50 deliveries to get my wicket.
Shaquille Thomas,
that
like
one.
I said, these two guys have batted in the league stage of this tournament and in the 40 over stage of this tournament within the top 5-6 batsmen for CNB.
Was that his first ball?
Yeah, that was
Hit
his
for
first
six.
ball. Yeah, swept for 6 at that.
132 for 8, the score.
Against totally against the runner play, but
Yeah.
so another batsman getting off the mark with a 6. And as we expected on the first ball. So 132 for the loss of 8 wickets, 29 overs gone, 11 overs left in this innings for CNB.
I mean, as you're suggesting, it's criminal to end without batting out all the overs. A few balls left in the over. I mean, that's fairly regular in T20. Big thrash at the end, and there's normally some runs on there, and you fall 3 or 4 deliveries short of batting it out. But to fall 4 or 5 overs short in this format of the game really is criminal. Who have we got coming in now?
It's Orlando James still. Roberts driving square to Lezamo. No chance of a run there. And if you noticed in some of the social media build up to this final, in the part that CNB took, there was a game that they lost by maybe 2 runs with a lot of overs still to play, being bowled out by Georgia. And there have been games like that as well, not only teams batting first, not batting out their 40 overs, but Roxborough strikers that I am currently playing with, I can tell you that we've lost games where we had 30, 40 runs to get from 10, 15 overs that we had not bat and just being bowled out. So it does beg the question of the batting capabilities of a lot of these teams.
That one just lifted a little bit. Can't remember which of the leagues that I played in England where there was an allocation of overs that were to be bowled in a day.
Yep.
And if you bowled the opposition out,
you get their overs.
You get their overs.
Yeah, I remember that type of league.
So 2 or 3, you bowled them out. Let's say it was 45 overs each.
Yep.
And you bowled them out for 40. You are now looking at 50 overs for the runs. It's nice. It's comfortable.
Yeah.
50 overs is the format that I think I liked best.
And I mean, with the international stage making those adjustments in recent years where you have 2 new white balls in a 50 over game, it does offer a little bit more to the bowlers, so it does take sticking it out as a top order batsman for a little bit longer rather than completely losing any kind of swing or sheen on the ball within 10 overs.
That's a nice looking delivery, good shape. End of the over.
Yeah,
132 for 8. There is something that I wanted to chat to you about and to share with people at home, because although it's 2026, it will soon be on us, 2028, and it's not the prospect, it is going to happen. You're going to see T20 in the Olympic Games.
Yep.
So the format for that will be 6 teams, one of which will be the host nation, the United States of America, and then there will be 5 others, all of whom will have to qualify, 1 for each of the rings.
Yep.
And each ring, just have a swing at that, that's in the air, and that's going to go as well.
Yeah, Lynch settles under that and takes a
just
pretty
about
good catch.
Going back.
Yeah, the wind would always be taking that backward over him, but he seemed pretty comfortable under the ball. So
the 9th wicket falls, and the last man comes to the crease, Jamie Boyce, whose figure is unmistakable.
Yeah, Jimmy is always a happy soul.
Yeah.
He strolls out in the
his
middle,
gait as well. He's always, I'm just here for fun.
Yeah, he enjoys his cricket more now, I think, being in the back end of a really decent career. Yeah. I mean, he would have had an incident as a young man where he would have lost sight in one of his eyes, and playing cricket throughout, I would say I would say throughout the entire time that I've played cricket in Tobago, he's been playing, so that's potentially 20 years plus.
And as a high level performer,
he would have even represented the Tobago team alongside myself, Marcus Daniel, Richard Murray as our lead spinner.
Yeah, always liked watching him. Very difficult to get away. So quickly, yes, there will be representatives from Asia, Oceania, the Pan American region, Europe and Africa, and then you can work out as the first ball for Jamie, and that was it. one and done.
Yeah, you're not gonna get Jamie trying to
play it out.
Yeah. let's see what can happen with the ball. CNB is not a team to go down without a fight.
Yeah, so, okay, that's the wrap on the first innings. We were chatting just at the end there about cricket in the Olympic Games, the return of cricket to the Olympic Games. It would be completely different from when it was there, a century or so ago. Now we'll have a T20 6-team format. The interesting thing for me is where these teams are going to come from. If you look at Asia, they will have their qualification tournament, but the winner will come from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, or Sri Lanka, most likely.
Yeah, and you're gonna wanna put most of your bets there, and India or Pakistan being one of those
there
teams.
or thereabouts. For the continent of Africa, well, you would look at South Africa and Zimbabwe being the big teams to battle it out. Oceania might be a nice one with Australia and New Zealand. And then we come to the touchy subjects of Pan America and Europe, because England
qualified for the World Cup. So, and you're not going to expect to see the really big names like the Virat Kohlis and the Surya Kumar Yadavs and so on of the past, but you're gonna have those younger players.
They're gonna want it.
Yeah, they're gonna see the younger players that are on the brink of making those national teams that are gonna do pretty well. And you can never count out Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, they've produced some of the best T20 players in the world, and Barbados Cricketing Academy system. You're gonna have a hell of a fight for those positions.
Now, if we take into consideration the oddities that can happen in T20 cricket, and one of the most recent was Nepal beating the West Indies. Now, Nepal aren't going to be playing against people from the South American, the Pan American region in the qualification, but Brazil or Argentina or something, they could upset someone. You just never know. And remember, a lot of these, if we call them developing countries, have players whose first nation is not Argentina or Uruguay or Chile or somewhere, and when you look at the names on the team, you see where they come from. Quite often the subcontinent. But for qualification, I would look at somebody from the Caribbean or one of the teams that go to make up the West Indies as being the qualifier for the Pan American region, which gives the chance, if anything can happen in T20 when you get to the Olympics, you win one or two, you're on the podium for a medal. It could be amazing. Now, that would be a good thing for the individual country. I think it would be a scary thing for West Indies cricket if you have one of the member nations winning a big competition and all of a sudden saying, why am I keeping 11 of my top players to throw into the mix to play for West Indies when I could be playing international cricket within a 4, 8, maximum 12-year period and qualifying for test nation status on my own. I won't then have to be worried about whether I get given a game against a touring Indian team or a touring Australian team. I'll be standing on my own 2 feet, and when I go on a tour, I'll be going to India or Bangladesh or Australia or New Zealand or England with my own players. Plus, every 4 years, I'm in with a shout for the Olympic Games. It's a tricky balancing time. But I think it will be an interesting one.
I mean, with the current status of international cricket in the regional fraternity, I am not so worried about it because no one can actually fund it. Because if we have a Cricket West Indies board struggling for funding, I'm not seeing how one individual nation could fund going through Division 5 cricket and working their way up to international. But never say never, because from the time two main countries, Trinidad and Guyana, seem to start winning tournaments, regional tournaments, they always talk about breaking away on their own. But I don't even know if the ICC allows it or what are the restrictions that are attached to it. But yeah, the funding is the major thing, and it's not only a Caribbean thing. You hear the African nations complain that the ICC is not giving them enough of the pie. Everything is going back to India, England, Australia. So it's a pretty rough thing, and even at club level, I've been in management, and I can tell you it costs so much for club cricket. I can imagine what it costs to run an international team.
I would imagine that the countries who most recently became full ICC members would be a good guide as to what the route would be. And unfortunately, if we go down that route of, okay, how do you get to become a full ICC member, the first thing would be, don't be in a conglomerate. So you would have to remove yourself from West Indies cricket, whichever team that was, and say, I'm standalone and I now relegate myself to Div 5. Now, you know that in a season you'd be out of Div 5. You'd sweep the board with everybody.
You'd probably work your way up to Division 2 in no time
in
3 years.
Exactly, in no time at all. But you also have had to sacrifice your players and say, we cannot offer you Test cricket, we cannot offer you international cricket at a high level, and you'd have to see whether they would go for it. You then have to see whether you've got sponsors who are prepared to see you through that period, and then reap the benefits later on when you get big cricket, if we can call it that. Interesting thoughts. It's going to be on us before we realise, because they have to qualify.
You're going to have qualifications starting by the end of this year or early next year.
Early next year. And at some stage, we're going to have to determine who from this region, Pan America, is going to win out and go to Los Angeles in the Olympic Games. But I think it would be fascinating. And to be honest, I really have no feeling one way or the other, as long as I say it's one of us from the West Indies who goes. If Guyana goes to represent, the Pan Americans, I'm great, and I very rarely back Guyana, but I will on this occasion. Barbados, I don't think you can bring me to back Barbados. There isn't enough money. But Jamaica or Guyana or whomsoever it is. And of course Trinidad and Tobago. You're gonna expect
the rest of the region to support whoever
is going to go and represent.
A lot of times persons will sit by and then say, after the performance that Trinidad and Tobago put in at the Champions League tournament, when I think it was Jamaica and Guyana that went afterwards, it was subpar. No one could compare to that. And you'd think, being around this fraternity of cricket, you would say quite often that it would either be Trinidad or one of those top nations.
Ruthven Ross has made his way over to the commentary position because I think that he's got some important information. He's going to tell us now. What is it, Ruthven? What you here to tell us? Oh, you're just looking in. I thought you were going to tell us that we're going to take a break and we're going to be back in half an hour or 2:30 is the start time. Okay, great. That's really good. Thanks very much for that. But there was a competition in where was it? Was it Peru? Lima, Peru. It was the
Bolivarian Games.
Juegos Bolivarianos. Yes, and Trinidad and Tobago played Barbados in the final, I think it was, and the Barbadians won. So that was a kind of a taster. So it's going to be in the Bolivarian Games, it's going to be in the Pan Am Games, and it's going to be in the Olympic Games. I think it was in the Bolivarian Games just as a tester, but Pan Am Games.
And you'd expect Carifta to start featuring.
But because you have to prepare.
That's where you're going to qualify the Caribbean part of it.
And that's where I think the danger is, that people are going to get a taste for this success and say, well, hang on a minute,
Yeah.
I might fancy
Systems and
Yes,
players
yeah.
getting systems and
Yes,
players
yeah.
getting involved in these things.
Yeah.
There are two players, one player from the Canadian national team that has been completely banned from playing cricket, a former CPL player being banned completely from any form of cricket. And Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board did take a stand and stop that player from playing even at the Premiership divisions.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is a lot more to worry about in worldwide cricket than West Indies no longer participating.
All right, we're going to take a break here because we've got 20 minutes before we get back underway with the innings of Scarra Mason Hall. They're going to be chasing 132, did we say? 132. So 133 to win. Jason Posada and myself will be back in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Left-handers just look really stylish, don't they?
Yeah.
Left-handers just look really stylish, don't they?
Yeah.
I hasten to add that I'm a right-hander, so it doesn't. I'm not bigging them up just for the sake of it. They just look so stylish, as Jason just said. One on the board.
And CNB they're gonna try and CNB they're gonna try and make a fight out of this, because you see they're starting with their trump card, Antonio Providence as well.
Make it difficult.
As against going with one of their seamers.
Reese has a bit of a swing at that. Didn't look quite as stylish as the practice afterwards. He played it better the second time around.
And CNB ultra attacking short leg in position as well. That one swept away fine. Jamie Boyce is gonna chase, but in vain, and that's 4 runs. No, it's not.
Pulled up.
Held up. I think it might have taken out one of those
the
boards.
birds, yeah. It certainly scattered them.
Yeah.
It's reminiscent of, I don't know if you know the ground in southeast London, the Oval, where Surrey play cricket, but they are plagued with pigeons. And from time to time, when you hit out into the deep, or even sometimes on the edge of the square, you have to clear the pigeons.
Yeah. So Lynch off the mark with a fine sweep for 2. Scarra Mason Hall up to 3 without loss. Not 130 runs to yet. Sweeping again.
Big shout, he's gone.
And Providence gets that first wicket.
Dear oh dear.
And disappointed with the not making contact more than the shot that he played. But if you'd ask CNB which of these two opening batsmen they wanted out first, it definitely
it wouldn't be Lynch.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Fabrice at all.
Yeah.
And now you're gonna head into the senior players coming from 3, 4, 5. You're gonna expect to see one of the senior batsmen joining Nicholas Ugio Singh.
Nice feeling, even, you know, it's a mountain to try and hold on to. You know, you're being attacked. So if you were the defenders of this mountain, it's, I wanted to say it's a mountain to climb, but it's not. You having to defend a hill, not a mountain. It's just a hill. And you are in danger of being swept away or steamrolled. So to take a wicket just gives you that little bit of a nice feeling. The first shot, if you like, has been fired, and you've managed to hit your target and you've taken out one of the batsmen. But as you've just said, all that has done is to signal the arrival of one of the senior batters, and it's Liron Lezama. I think you might have wanted to keep Lynch in. No disrespect to the young fella.
Yeah, you don't get much senior than Liron Lezama. Around for quite some time. Did well for basically every club that he's ever represented. And Providence and CNB United have to believe now that they can produce 9 wicket-taking deliveries again.
Inside 130 odd runs, and the other thing that may not be to their liking is that they've now got to bowl to 2 left-handers.
Yeah, I mean, Providence should prefer this as an off-spinner, and that's the end of the first over. 3 for the loss of 1. CNB seems to have a little bit of pep in their step now that they've gotten that wicket.
Yeah, it could completely change if they were to get either of these cheaply. If they get a cheap wicket, then I think that the feel begins a little bit different. But with so few runs on the board, you know, it really is Scarra Mason Hall in the driving seat.
And it'll be spin from both ends. Marcus Daniel taking up the mantle himself with the 2 left-handers being there. I think this was Probably not the original plan, but with two left-handers there, you get those two off-spinners in and try to create a little bit of stem in the flow of runs, and with that creating a wicket-taking opportunity.
A couple of things that I can think of as Marcus comes in and bowls. A couple of things. One, he's skippering today, and if it's going to go pear-shaped, that he's going to hold up in his hand and say, take the runs off me, and I'll take it on my shoulders. And the other thing is the experience of understanding the game situation. And for me, this little punch out into the offside from Sukhdev Singh is the ideal way to go about this run chase. Knock it about, take your turn. You've got 40 overs.
Yeah, you're gonna get that from Nicholas Sukhdev Singh. He's gonna play the senior role, and even with Liran Nazama joining him, it's gonna be pretty much the same. Marcus now making some adjustments to the field with cover point and extra cover, and sending that deep sweeper more to a point position. Kind of predetermines where he's gonna bowl now.
Yes, you get your offside field right, and then you have to hope that you're going to put it on that spot that forces them to play to your field. Flatter, not less flight than we saw from. Ooh.
Yeah, like I said, if you put some revs on the ball at Roxborough, you're gonna get something out of it. The invariable bounce is not gonna help Scarra Mason Hall's case either.
Just past the man running in from the deep, who picks up. They take one run.
It'll take
through the overs quickly, aren't they?
Yeah, that takes them up to what it is now, 6 for the loss of 1 after 2 overs. Getting accustomed to the conditions a bit as well after that early loss of Lynch.
It's such a strange position to be in, that you could bat for 30 overs and hardly score a run. And I mean that, if you imagine that you batted for 30 overs and hardly scored a run, but you didn't lose any wickets, and you said, okay, it's a T10 now then, and we just play it 10 overs and I'm going to score 132 runs, you'd still back Scarborough Mason Hall to score it.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult for C&B here. The only thing that will sorry.
It's
took his eye off the ball. Yeah. Hope he doesn't come back and listen to the commentary.
Let's hope Providence probably picks up a wicket now, and he says that was the plan all along.
Yeah.
To get Sukhdev Singh off strike and work the other end.
But you would love this as an opener, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
This chasing a small amount of runs. I've got all day to bat. I can do what I like here. I'm not going to force anything. Oops.
Another not so clean pickup, and another single to the total. 8 for the loss of 1 now.
I had a chance to chat very quickly with Joshua James during the interval, and just say to him that one of the things that every person who acquires a skill, come back to that after this delivery.
Sukhdev Singh looking to open up that offside boundary. Doesn't make any contact.
One of the things that everybody who acquires a skill can do is to make that skill look really easy. All those catches, every single one of them looked easy. Nice shot. Absolutely lovely shot. You can tell when the spectators don't play cricket.
Yeah.
Because the gentleman who avoided picking up the ball saw it like I mean, it wasn't like a rocket, was it? It was hit nicely, but it wasn't going at any speed. But he looked to avoid any contact with the ball, as opposed to someone who does play cricket would be looking to pick it up nicely and whiz it back in.
Yeah.
Another nice shot. This time there's a man out in the deep who picks up cleanly. They take 1. And I think this is the dilemma for cricket. People who love cricket understand this situation very, very easily. Knock it about and play here. You know, all nice and simple. And they understand the way that the runs are, you know, reduced. Yeah, or accumulated, how easy it looks and simple. And the excitement for a non-cricketer is taken out, because they cannot get excited by something that needs a little bit more understanding than, you know, a penalty shootout, for example, or a thrash at a T10. For us, this game is still has something in it. A couple of wickets here, and the shape could change.
And with no one in deep in the leg side, that's always gonna run away for 4.
Well, you're tempted, aren't you, to just go over the top there? He bent down on one knee, big sweep, and as you say, nobody out in the deep, no real risk.
What that does is take them up to 17 now, and when you start looking at the required runs, moving from 132 down to 116, once this gets under 100, it starts to just seem like it's just going to get away. So CNB need to start picking up wickets, or at least one of these two, to put some amount of doubt in the mind of Scarra Mason Hall.
And there is a man going out into the deep now. What do they say about horse and bolting? Still a really lovely afternoon. Very hot, close, less breeze than there was early on, and we had a couple of drizzles. We had a couple of stoppages with drizzle.
And that's going to be 4 as well, I believe.
Again. And even Simmons Peters, who, you know, took off like a 100-meter sprinter to try and get close to that, couldn't shut it down.
And there's a far distance Peters trying to cover from long off to get back around to extra cover. I think it's not helping CNB that a couple of their fielders are not the greatest, so getting Jimmy Boyce in extra cover is never going to be your first option.
It has to go straight to him. I mean, for me, it's first slip, but you have to have Provi there because he can't run.
And then that one's cut away for 4.
Yeah.
You're not going to get away with Sukhdev Singh square the wicket on that cut and the sweep. You're never going to get him not trying to get those boundaries. And I mean, we're talking about accumulating the runs and playing yourself in.
Yeah. I don't think it's us.
Yeah, I think that might be the external cameras, but club cricket is a way. There's a way that you're gonna see a lot of loose balls in within spells. So if you, like I was saying throughout the entire first innings, if you wait and be patient, there is always the opportunity to get that boundary delivery as well. And that one skews off the outside edge, and there's only going to be one result there, 4 runs.
And that shot is slightly different from the shots that we saw previously. They had been planned and executed, and you could have put those in a book and say, if you want to, square cut, this is what it looks like. And this is one that if you want to, slash at it, this is what it's going to look like. Because they're usually ugly, aren't they, when they get that thick edge? But it went away for 4.
And 16 runs off that Marcus Daniel overtaking Scarra Mason Hall up to 29 for the loss of 1. 4 boundaries coming in that over. and with that, you're gonna probably expect some sort of a change.
Yes. And Jason Passard was saying that this can, get away from a team very quickly. And I've just got the feeling that that's what's happening. Just beginning to move away from being a match to being
a mauling,
an inevitability. Yes, the mauling is taking place.
So I was just mentioning that once this gets under 100, it's at 104 required now from 216 deliveries, and if CNB does not start getting wickets soon, it's not gonna be much longer for that 104 runs to be scored.
Cricket has for many years battled with trying to attract non-cricketing people as spectators. It's not easy because first of all you have to understand the game.
Yeah.
But this party atmosphere that you see at T20 and T10 has a lot to do with getting crowds in. There's music going and there are big shots and sixes all over the place, and it turns over at a speed that I think is manageable for a certain type of crowd. There's a man out in the deep there, it'll just be one run. But when it comes to the slightly longer format of the game, and I'm not even going to go so far as to say 5 days or 4 days or even 3-day cricket, some countries still have 3-day cricket, but 50 or 40 overs, I think that's beyond the endurance levels of non-cricketing audiences. If you're not playing cricket, you're not going to understand it. So it's a difficult sell. So we come back to this thing with the Olympic Games and T20 and the highest hit out into the deep again.
And that's more than likely gonna beat the fielder.
Can't cut that off.
Yeah, like I said, Sugdeo Singh, you're not gonna get away square the wicket when he's on strike. That takes CNB now up to what I make it 34 for the loss of 1.
There's your 100.
Yeah, and there's your 100 gone. So they're under 100 runs to get now.
Yeah, so go on.
Yeah, I think what CNB is missing right now is what Shaquille Duncan and Zion James did for Scarra Mason Hall. You need to slow down your pace. You can't be bowling this quick pace and expect the ball to suffice any sort of turn or any sort of grip and bounce.
Yes, and I'm just thinking how to go about slowing it down. Seamers take longer to go through their overs and longer for each delivery, but they can travel just as fast off the bat. But that would be one way of just giving you the feeling that it was taking longer. How many overs have we had?
This is over number 6 in progress.
We got back underway at 2:30, so in 20 minutes we've knocked off a good number of the runs. You leave this for an hour and we could be
potentially done.
Yeah. We spoke about this in the first innings. The bowlers have to find a length that keep the batters quiet, and you need to find out where that length and line is, where the batsman is going to say, I'm not playing that, or if I am playing it, I'm going to play it defensively. Find that and nail that. It's not hard when you are a club cricketer.
It seems as though CNB would have created a chance there, but not held by wicketkeeper Alfred. But
standing up.
You're not gonna get many slow deliveries from Michael James.
Yeah, that bounced, I think, out of the gloves into the chest of the keeper. Thrashed away again, and there's no stopping that.
There's nothing stopping Nicholas Ugdio Singh when he's on song then, and with on offer.
What's he moved on to now then? Wow.
Yeah, that takes him up to...
Add 4 to it if you haven't caught up yet.
Yeah, he's up to 33 now in 22 deliveries.
Punishing.
Yeah, Scarborough Mason Hall up to 39 for the loss of 1 required runs, now down to 94. And like I said, this is going to disappear very, very fast if they keep offing those square drives to Sukhdev Singh. And have another over there. So CNB are doing pretty well with the over rate. In what is it now? 25 minutes they've gotten in 6 overs. And all that chirp you saw when Fabrice Lynch got out. Yeah, it seems as though it's dying down now, and CNB starting to look like they're just going through the motions.
I wonder, on reflection, JP, if it might not have been an idea, given that runs were limited, to run the risk of trying Jamie Boyce up front, given that he's the top wicket taker.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna see Providence for much longer if it continues where he's not getting wickets and runs are still being scored. Half a chance there. Marcus Daniel couldn't get a hand to it. Cleaned up on the boundary by Michael James, and Providence asking the senior citizen in the aspect of Marcus Daniel being 40 plus now to put in a dive.
I thought he did. That was as close to a diving effort as you could get from the 40-year-old or Mr. Cricket.
Yeah.
Where I mean, as we turn it around, is it extra cover? Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Yeah. Maybe just a little touch wide or not.
I think he's properly placed, but because of the straightness of the shot, it just came down to long off rather than square at the cover.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I would put him, in that kind of orthodox position. It would have been a big ask to have thought that the ball was going to go somewhere else. It's after the event, isn't it?
Yeah. You're trying to cover gaps, so on his left you have Michael James down on the boundary, so you don't want it beating him on the right and going into the boundary either ways.
Played defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, so now Scarra Mason Hall moves up to 41 for the loss of 1 in 7 overs, needing another 92 runs to win, and a big amount of deliveries, 198 deliveries to get them in.
I think it was 4 or 5 more overs that it took C&B to get to that score.
Yep.
They were about 11 or 12 overs for them to get to 45 or something like that. I think it was like that. Is it going to be James to continue from the ocean end, is it?
Yeah.
Full.
Like I said, he's gonna bowl a lot quicker through the air and fuller, looking to attack the stumps and pads. But once you give Sukhdev Singh width, even if he has to create a little bit of it, firms up. Yeah.
I can't do it left-handed. I'm going to have to gives himself a little bit of room.
And this guy's been played 9 two-day games, played probably 9 or 10 50-over games, and maybe 9 or 10 T20 games for the season. He's seeing the ball as big as he can see it this time of the year.
What's he gone on to now?
That takes him now up to 38. And like you're saying, the entertainment that you'd associate with non-cricketing fans, the sixes are not there. He's hit 8 boundaries. And that's trying to manipulate the field now. You bring up the deep mid wicket and put back out the cover sweeper. I'm going to go
over
leg
that
side.
top, yeah.
And he does go now.
Yeah.
And you've asked for a 6 and you've gotten a 6.
But I was just about to say, you don't know the lottery numbers, do you? Because you called that one. We hadn't seen a 6. And then there it was.
And that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get from senior players. They're gonna manipulate the field. They're gonna hit you through the offside when you don't have that boundary right on the offside. And then when you think you've brought up a fielder into a position where you can stop the flow of runs, the batsman is just gonna change direction and change the angle.
It's kind of taken the steam out of the contest, hasn't it? You know, that tension that you like to have in a game where you are counting the number of balls and how many runs and where the fielder should go, and it all seems irrelevant given the pace with which Scarra Mason Hall are dismantling that C&B score.
And I was talking about the flow of the runs and the required amount of runs. It's the 100 has disappeared. They're into the 80s now required.
Yeah, it's painful when you put it that way. 80 required, 1 wicket down, and you got 30 overs to get them.
Seems a little bit more elementary now for Scarborough Mason Hall. I think that 6 took Sukhdev Singh up to 44 and he scored just past 50 to 51. So that makes it what now, 82 runs to get. Don't think the ball was recovered. So they're awaiting a replacement ball, is it?
I did see a box earlier on with some balls in at various stages of, use. But it doesn't look, they've shut the door. Whomsoever it was that came through the door shut it. So I don't think they're expecting anyone to bring that ball back now. There is a ball in Ruthven Ross's hand.
We're hearing on the PA system some sort of an announcement
about a dead ball.
So
the ball is dead, he's killed it.
No, so what we're trying to acquire now is that the scorer wants to know if it was 6 runs or if it was not. I'm going to take a break and see if I can get that information out there, because I don't think they understand what the scorers are asking.
Alright, so Jason's off to help us sort something out. Well, the last that we knew was a shot by Sukhdev Singh that we saw sail over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, and the information we're getting is that the dead ball signal is a dead ball, so something must have caused a disruption and the boundary, that 6 boundary doesn't count. So the score remains at 45. Sukhdev Singh remains on 38.
Alright, let's see if you can do it again. Oh no.
Wonder if it's the board's nesting out there that's causing issue.
Yeah, they are buzzing around the fielders. Nope.
Yeah, ball has pitched on a decent length that stays down a bit.
Decides to stay in the crease and just dead bat that, if you like, just almost dropped at his feet.
Flick
that
fine.
was so neat. I think that might be coming our way.
Yeah, Sheldon's gonna do a little bit of a retrieve for Jamie Boyce there. I think he wants to get back on the park. So that now takes the score up to 49 for the loss of 1. Sukhdev Singh moves up to 42 with that shot. And Sheldon's now playing 12th man for CNB United.
Yeah, sorry about that. Had to get in the game.
Yeah.
Anybody turning up thinking at 3 o'clock they'll come to see the second innings, you're going to be lucky.
Yeah, I told someone this might be over in an hour from the restart of play.
2:30 we got underway. It's 35 minutes and we're pretty much, with 1 wicket down. We're well on the way, I think.
8 overs gone now. Signal in the end of the first power play. So CNB now allowed a maximum of 4 fielders outside of the inner ring until over number 32, but there's very much a low likeliness that we're not gonna get to that 30-second over.
Nice looking shot from Lizama. He's always been a very attractive batsman to watch. Correct.
And exactly what you were asking for earlier in the CNB innings, he's the type of batsman that's not gonna be bothered by not scoring boundaries or facing a few extra deliveries. He's gonna stick it out and bide his time and see off those opening bowlers and whatever,
and build his innings.
Yeah, whatever shine is available for drift in this case, because CNB haven't used the seamers yet.
And the other thing is, if you've got a batsman like Sukhdev Singh at the other end who's knocking it about to all parts, you can afford to be that little bit more conservative and take your time and leave the batsman at the other end to do the scoring.
And with that, CNB has quietly got past 50. They're up to 51 now.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Scarra Mason Hall, I make it.
Mm.
Yeah, worked away into the leg side by Lizama.
There'll be a second.
Yeah. We're chased there by make it Killan James.
I'm not sure where the bird diving is worse, Hare or Mariah.
I don't think I've seen a lot of them in Mariah this year.
Yeah, in previous years it was dangerous on that far side away from the pavilion. It's going to run away, won't go all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, but Lamont also struggling with injury as well. You could see him basically hobble his way down to fine leg to restrict the batters down to 2 runs.
End of the over?
Yeah, end of over number 9, 55 for the loss of 1. Scarborough Mason Hall well on their way to second title for the year, and I make it a defense of this title.
I was going to say, yeah, they're the defending champions, aren't they?
Yeah, well, with last year not having a T20 tournament, I got a little bit confused for a second there, because I think Bago Gladiators won one of the limited overs tournaments, and I make it that was probably 25 over format. Michael James is going to continue, it seems. Marcus Daniel trying to manage troops now and using the quota of fielders out on the boundary for James. I don't think CMB has much of a choice but to keep that slip in place. Nothing is happening for them to still have a slip, but that's the only attacking position that's still on the field, so if they're going to have any chance, they need to find some way to prize another wicket out. So it's sliced away by Lezama. Take outside edge, past Providence on the left. I don't think he's going to get, you would have gotten that anyway. And Ashan Pierre retrieves on the third man boundary, another 4 to Scarra Mason Hall. Lezama picks up, make it his first boundary now, yeah.
So even the thick edges and, mishits are going for 4.
Yeah.
And if not going for 4, they're not going to hand. You need some luck, and they haven't had any at all. Oh, short.
That's
Pulled
pulled
away, yeah.
They're going to cross over for 1. Think about a second. Sukhdev Singh easily home. I think the T20 final is carded for here as well. So, and make it June 14th. I think it is June 13th or 14th. The T20 final carded for Roxborough as well.
I'll have to leave that one to you, Jason, because I'm off to, I think, Asia, Far East. Oh.
Yeah, that's driven back, half stop by James here. Probably going to have other commentators because I'm hoping to be playing that final rather than being than sitting here.
Good one.
In pole position to qualify right now for direct spot in the final. The only unbeaten team so far, 4 games played.
Excellent. I have to catch that one online myself as a spectator. Yeah. End of the over.
And this is going pear-shaped for CNB United now. If it hadn't already, 62 for the loss of 1. Nicholas Sukhdev Singh 44 from 32, and Liran Lezama 15 from 24, playing that role that Sheldon had been pleading with the CNB batsmen to play. And when you look at it, despite Lezama not being a runner ball, so to speak, the entire team total is more than a runner ball because your partner is getting the odd boundary at the other end. So 62 from 60 deliveries, and now Scarra Mason Hall only requiring another 71 runs. You start losing that 100. Like I said, as soon as you get under 100, you start losing runs. It seems like the runs disappear in no time at all.
How many overs did they not bat out?
This one's driven out to the deep.
2
James is going to get around there quite comfortably. CMB lost out on 9.4 overs.
It's criminal.
If we were playing the old format in the UK, Scarra Mason Hall would have make it 49 overs to get the runs.
Yes. I mean, even if we said 3 runs an over.
Yeah, the required rate now down to two runs per over. So
you add another 27 to the run chase. Let's say 30. Add another 30 runs to the run chase. Or as you put that
another
down.
Outside edge put down by Alfred. That's the second chance Sukhdev Singh has gotten from Alfred now. Yeah. And Lamont's having a laugh with Sukhdev Singh, checking his pockets for garlic.
What happened there?
A little bit of a short delivery from Providence. We're seeing this a lot in the IPL. Krunal Pandey bowling a lot of short balls.
Digging one in there and him just not fending it off, but it did look awkward.
Cut into the point region again. No run taken.
Marcus Daniel was the... No, it's not.
Ashun
Pierre.
Yeah. Providence getting through his overs pretty quickly.
This time it is Marcus Daniel to bend down. The old man's back still in play. And there's no run.
Simmons Peters bellowing to his team to show some sort of fight.
This time
Appeal for quad being, but nothing.
He may have hit the ground.
11 overs gone now, 64. 64 for the loss of one. Scarborough Mason Hall now requiring under 70, 69 runs to get.
Yeah, I like the idea of the app being available on a big screen facing the spectators in the stand so that they can keep up to date.
I think more than the spectators being up to date, I think having electronic scoreboard helps batters pace their innings as well. I mean, if CNB probably had access to constant score.
Or our commentary.
or even the basic scoreboard. I mean, it would allow you to kind of pace yourself, knowing that there's still another 9 overs there to go.
Yeah, don't waste it.
Yeah. Caught and bowl. No, Boyce drops a sitter. Lezama just taps that one back to Boyce.
Was that first ball as well?
Yes, first ball from Jamie Boyce. Slowed through the air. There's going to be a little bit of invariable bounce. There's going to be some spin and offer. And Lezama just taps that one back and sums up CNB's day. And with that drop catch, the usual.
Yeah.
Put away for a boundary next delivery.
But Boyce deciding that he was going to drop one a little bit short, see if it could get up on Lezama. It did, but not enough. And he pulled it away with some disdain, to be honest. Really slapped at it.
Yeah, Lezama now moves up to 19.
Down the leg
side, it's going to be definitely called a wide. 69 for the loss of one. We're into over number 12. Scarborough Mason Hall requiring another 65 runs to win. And that one's full and driven out to Peters. Another single. One's off the pad.
A little bit rushed from Sukhdev Singh.
Yeah, just 4 runs away from a 50 in a final. And those 4 wickets, I think, is going to decide the man of the match award quite easily.
Oh, there it is.
This one's gone again and gone out the park. And definitely 6 this time by signal by umpire Ross. That's 50 to Sukhdev Singh, bringing it up in style.
Shouts of raise your bat from the crowd. There is a little bit of a crowd in there as well, making a bit of noise. What a way to bring up your 50.
Pulled out
another
backward square. Providence, not the fittest man in the field right now, can't get around to stop that one. And that makes it Waiting on some update from the scorers. Yeah. So 80 for the loss of 1 now after over number 12. Sukhdev Singh bringing up 50 in that over. Moves on to 56. Lizama on 20 and just about 50 runs required now. 53 runs required for victory.
And I was thinking, what a way to go to 50 by hitting 6 off the top strike bowler, the leading wicket taker.
Yeah.
Just tapped to extra cover for a single by Lizama. It brings Sukhdev Singh back on strike. He'll be delighted to be back on strike. Marcus Daniel again being asked to field. Just went to his right.
Providence with a little bit up by play.
There's not much left for him to try, is there? You know, a little bit of maybe goading the opposition and talking to him just to try to put him off.
Yeah, cut away again.
Yeah, he's managed to stop it. Yeah, good work out in the deep. Had a good way to run around, maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 metres maybe.
Yeah, CNB blessed with a few really athletic fielders like Simmons Peters and Shaquille Thomas, Michael James. But then you lose a lot to the players that are not 100% fit, and you're trying to have those fielders make up in the outfield.
And we've called the name of Simmons Peters once, I think.
Yeah, I think there was one ball that he had to feel out in the deep.
And it hasn't gone to where they put him. You know, he is a good fielder, straight.
I don't think any chances have gone in the deep for the day.
They've all gone square, haven't they?
Yeah, and
a couple behind.
What you're going to end up with here now is, despite Providence and CNB trying to get in the head of the batters, these are two of the most senior batters that you're going to come up against, so you're not going to beat them in byplay.
Yeah.
Over number 13 gone, 83 now for the loss of 1, just 50 runs required. Seems as though Lizama has switched on since that drop catch.
There's Boyce again.
And that's pulled away into deep mid wicket. Thomas again on the boundary, picks up cleanly, sends a return to the keeper.
Nice strong throw as well, wasn't it?
CNB will now go home wondering what would have happened had we taken Sukhdev Singh on those 2 chances at the wicket keeping end and taken Lizama.
Yeah, Lizama. They did have them.
And Boyce takes wicket number 21. Sukhdev Singh looking to go massive again. And this is what I've been saying, these slower pace spinners that offer the ball more revs will get something out of the wicket. Quicker you bowl, the ball just skids through. And
well, he's done his job, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And given the state of the game, we don't need to talk about batting long. that went fairly early on, didn't it?
Yeah, and replacing him now is Jaden Kent, another left-hander in the Scarra Mason Hall lineup. I don't think he's gonna mug around. Kent not the type of batsman to come knock it around. When he sees a loose delivery, he will put it away.
Yes, I think the couple of chances that went down, all right, so we had the keeper put a couple down, they rebounded off the gloves onto his chest, and then there was the straightforward one with Jamie Boyce, the caught and bowled chance. So let's say that those had gone down, you wouldn't have had the scoring rate that we've got now, and the shape of the scoreboard if it was 5 for 54 instead. Yeah, sorry, if it was 55 for 5, it would look completely different. Now we'd have a game on our hands, but 84 for 2, I think,
basically
disappeared.
Basically done and dusted.
Yeah.
Like I said, Kent isn't gonna mug around. That's
Good
a
stuff.
pretty good piece of feeling there by Ashan Peer to get up there and keep that one away from the boundary.
That was goalkeeper-like, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We better not mention too much about football analogies, because we'll be drawn to find out what the scores are. Those games are finished now, haven't they?
Yeah, pretty much done and dusted, and can tell you on standings, West Ham, Burnley and
Wolverhampton Wanderers
are
wide ball.
Yeah, are all relegated to the Championship.
Did West Ham lose in the end?
Their final match, yeah. They won 3-0 over Leeds.
But Spurs won as well.
Spurs won as well.
Well, you couldn't ask more from them. They won their last game, but so did Tottenham Hotspur. So that was that. And how about your boys? Are they going to be having European football next season?
That loss means that Sunderland take the Europa spot.
Oh dear.
And Chelsea have finished 10th. So it's an entire rebuilding process with a new coach coming in as well. And when you say a new coach, you'd be happy. I am happy to know that it's Xabi Alonso coming in to take up that mantle from the summer.
We shall see how it goes for them. Meanwhile, here back in sunny Roxborough, Boyce bowls to Lizama, who just steers that down to, what is that?
Short third man.
Short third man, yeah.
And coming up from the Championship division, Frank Lampard comes up with his Coventry City, and Ipswich are back in the Premier League.
So one West Ham go down and a West Ham former great comes up. You'd think that I knew a little bit about football. I genuinely don't. It just so happens that we've touched on a couple of things that I know about. I have absolutely no interest in football, apart from the fact that my daughter likes West Ham. Those things were that I was able to come up with them. Right, let's see.
Providence to Kent again. Like I said, Kent is not gonna be the one to drop and run and push it around. If there's a full delivery, he's gonna drive. If there's a short delivery, he's gonna hit it away.
There's another.
And that one's probably gonna be 3.
Another 3 in the end. And you cannot blame the keeper there, and the reason for that is the bounce beat him.
Yeah, the outfield is so hard.
It bounced over his head.
It's gonna clear them, but you're gonna have to put some blame on the man at square leg and the man at slip
for not backing up.
For not getting wrong.
Come on. Tucked into the leg side. They take 1.
Yeah, make it 87 for the loss of 2 now. Just 46 runs required for victory. And Lizama is going to play this role throughout to the end, I believe now. He's just going to tuck it around and give the men that are looking to hit the boundaries a strike.
Nice looking shot. Past the man. There's a man in the deep who picks that up. Rifles that in. He wore that on the thigh, the keeper, to stop that painful stop. What is Liron on Lizama?
Lizama now on 23.
Well, I suppose you could half the runs and push him up towards 40 odd if you got greedy.
Yeah, but he's not gonna. he's not going to be the one to take on too much of...
he's not going to care.
Yeah,
he's on the winning team.
He's going to stick around and ensure that he's there at the end. Playing with him as captain of Club Griso for several years as well. Yeah, I can tell you firsthand, there's one thing on his mind only, getting over the line and being there at the end. Kent cutting away into the offside again.
How old is Jaden Kent?
Make it maybe 19, 20.
Really, still young.
Yeah, I think he just missed out on the 19 selection last year. Make it or the year before, so he could be 20, 21 odd. Yeah, a little bit of by-play with Providence and Ken there, having played together this season at Woodland. I think Providence, completing his spell, is looking to take leave of the field now. And that's the end of the 15th over. 92 for the loss of 2. Just 41 runs required now.
We'll get the 12th man coming on to replace Providence. That knee problem that he has shown throughout the match. A little bit too much to manage. He will come off.
Yeah, I think he's heading straight off. I was wondering if the 12th man was ready.
It doesn't appear so. Yeah, it is the funny thing. If I'm the umpire, I'm saying we're playing, and I'll let you know when you can come on. Here he is now.
Darrell Osford makes his way onto the field eventually. Seems as though he didn't have any shoes. No tying his shoelaces. Yeah, so Scarra Mason Hall chasing 132 for victory. Are 93 now with that single. 93 for the loss of 2. Another 40 runs required.
Just tucked easily into the offside, and they come through for a single.
So Jimmy Boy's failing to take that return catch means that Liran Azama is gonna switch into finisher mode now.
Make him pay.
And Kent is bowled. So again, makes you wonder, had those earlier chances from Sukhdev Singh and Lazama been taken, what might have been.
Yeah, we could be looking at 5, 6 down. We're 3 down now, aren't we?
Shaquille Duncan making his way out to the middle, so I was actually hoping to get a look at the big Joshua James today, but it seems as though
he's only here for the ride.
Yeah, he's just being here, just his presence probably put a fear into CNB.
Well, he did take 4 really nice catches.
Yeah.
Sorry, who have we got in the middle?
Shaquille Duncan makes his way out to the middle there now. Yeah, like I said, Scarra Mason will just require another 40 runs for victory, 93 for the loss of 3 with that fall of Jaden Kent. Jimmy Boyce moves up to 22 wickets in the season, the 40 over season, so quite easily gonna finish as the leading wicket taker. I think Liran Lazama with this 24 has overtaken Ashan Peer, if I'm not mistaken as well.
As the leading run scorer.
Yeah, Boyce to Duncan. I think this is what I think you were asking for Jimmy Boyce being CNB's trump card earlier, and this is what it would have offered. The slowness of pace that Shaquille Duncan, and Zion James bowled for Scarborough Mason Hall. Often more turn, more bounce, more invariable bounce.
Yeah, I think the state of the game said, look, we're going to have to do something a little bit different here. Let's open with him. There are times when bigger teams have said, all right, our trump card is, say, like Sunil Narain, and things haven't gone well for us in the batting. We're just going to have to bowl him early.
Yeah, you're going to have to take whatever chances you can get as early as possible.
I mean, he did have 8. I mean, he's got potentially 8 overs. So even if you had to bowl him early and the 2 batters got in the middle and said, I'll tell you what, we'll just see him off.
Yeah.
You'd have bowled him 4 overs and then you realise, oh, I see what you're doing. You're just going to see him off. Here's another 2, just to put the pressure on, because that's 12 overs then.
And then gone,
12 overs would have gone if you could have kept the runs down. Then the 2 would be meeting in the middle, saying, "With 12 overs, we've only gone 30 runs. We're still in the driving seat, but let's see what happens there." Then maybe Provi, but I think the 1 over, was it 1 over from Marcus or 2?
I think Marcus went 2 overs up front. The second over going for a couple of boundaries, and he removed himself from the attack.
Yeah,
so all the changes happened at that end, so there has to be a mandatory change now that Providence has done.
Yeah.
From the Windward Road end.
They love that.
So Donovan Roberts, it seems, coming into the attack. And the thing is with Donovan, he always has some self-belief that he can change a game, so he's gonna try his best to prize a wicket or 2 and cause some ruckus in the Scarborough Mason Hall camp.
When there are so few runs to play with, it's all speculation, it's all conjecture about what they could have done, what they should have done, whether this would have worked.
Punched off the back foot there by Lizamo out to the field in the deep. You're not gonna get Lizamo taking much chances now. Now the 39 runs needed. He's gonna just knock it around and ensure that Scarborough Mason will get home comfortably.
He's cracked his bat, I think. Bats are pretty expensive now, aren't they?
Yeah, you can still get a decent enough bat at say $300-400 US, but you want the high quality stuff, you're gonna have to go into the $700 to $1,000 range.
It's incredible, really. I remember when you could get a really good bat for $150 US. Oh, nice hit. Man out in the deep. Good pick up. Good pick up.
Yeah, but you're not gonna outrun Shaquille Duncan. Even if you're one of the quickest fielders in the outfield.
Yeah, there are a couple of things that you can do to increase your importance in a team. That's nice, having a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, Shaquille Thomas going to his left, now to his right.
Good pick up.
Yeah, another 2 runs to Duncan.
Yeah, so if you bowl, then make sure you're a good fielder, good catcher. If you bat, again, make sure your fielding is good and you've got good hands. You enhance your value on the team by being extra quick. Oh, stepped away. Just didn't like something. And I think Shaquille Duncan, Simmons, Peters, those are two players that in particular add something because of their fielding?
Easily around the corner again, I think.
Yeah, he's going to come back.
I think CNB have basically conceded that they're not gonna challenge anymore. And I think that just brought up 100 for Scarra Mason Hall. If we can get an update on the score, but this over has gone for 7, I make it, and the last over ended on 93. And another single.
Yeah, man runs in off the boundary.
Yeah, they said I should make it 101 for the loss of 3.
End of the over as well.
Yeah, and that's only 16 overs gone. 17 overs, sorry. 17 overs gone, 101 for the loss of 3. So Scarra Mason will just require 32 runs now for victory.
Azama gets to change his bat and have a bit of a drink. Yeah, it's a pity when things fall a bit flat and there's nothing that we as commentators can do to pretend that there is some tension here. We're on the edge of our seats, you know, thinking anything can happen. We strongly suspect, well, I certainly do, I strongly suspect that this is going only one way. Boyce it is to continue from what I've called. I mean, there is a river that runs in the back there. You could call it the River End, I suppose. But given that we can see the ocean,
yep,
I call it the Ocean End. It sounds nicer. Nice, strong forward defensive from Duncan. There's no run. Boyce fields off his own bowling.
I think the most exciting thing happening right now are the boards attacking those boundary fielders. This one's hit out to Simmons Peters and over his head for 6. This is heading in one direction. That's 107 now.
Yes, the leading wicket taker getting carted out to that out into the deep. There's another swipe at it. This time misses out. But you know, if you're in this position, you can afford to play shots like that, hit and miss. Really doesn't matter. Have a go. If you connect, you're a hero. There's a hum, a buzz from the stands. Must be a group of Scarborough Mason Hall supporters in there.
Yeah,
just
getting ready to
baying.
celebrate.
Yeah.
Yeah, another 26 runs required.
26, goodness me.
Yeah, this is definitely done and dusted. Shakil with another drive out to long on.
Having only called his name once, we're calling it with regularity now. Simmons Peters runs in off the boundary after the end of that over. We are up to
108 for the loss of 3. 18 overs gone, and 108 of CNB's runs gone already, so 25 runs needed.
It's hard when you come to a final and you're not able to be as competitive as you had wished. I mean, during the season, in a league, in your league season, there are going to be times when you fall a bit flat, but you want in a final to come up with a really competitive score and have a game that goes deep and long and you feel as though you've given your best. On occasions like this, it's so flat, and even for the winning team, it's a bit like, okay, we'll just go through the motions here and go and pick the trophy up, and you celebrate so much more when you've had to fight for it really hard. There's that feeling at the end. Yes, so it's different in the league. In a league where it comes down to the last match, that's a great feeling. If you win the league 3 weeks before, then the last 2 games are almost
it's just
they fall flat. Ooh, there's a bit of a waft at that
I think
one.
Scarra Mason Hall are ready to get this done and dusted now.
There's nothing, I've never experienced a better feeling than winning a league title, because it takes so much work and it's over such a long period of time. It really is rewarding, and when those last runs are made or the last wicket falls and you have the points and you have an unassailable lead, it doesn't matter what happens at another ground on that day, you are going to win the league. That's a terrific feeling. Here, I hope it will be a good feeling, not too flat for Scarra Mason Hall, but there are a lot of pluses for them. They're the defending champions. They're probably going up against what on paper would have looked like a much stronger team than they've been able to offer up today. Oh dear, that one got past him.
Yeah.
Duncan's coming back for a third.
Yeah.
This still making his way back.
Yeah, I think that makes it now 114. Yeah, 114 for the loss of 3 and 19.
Lazama's going to be on strike. What is he on?
29 runs.
29. He just knocked it about, hasn't he? And what about Duncan?
Duncan now on 16 from 16 with that 1-6, but don't think Lazama knows the status of the most runs tally. I think Ashwan Pierre is still a little bit in front of him, because before the start of today's match,
he needed.
Yeah, Ashwan Pierre was 8 runs ahead of Lazama, and Lazama, Ashwan actually got 30 odd. So Lazama basically needs to get 40 plus, which I don't think there's enough anymore. And
it's not on the cards any longer. Yeah. And as you quite rightly pointed out, he's not that bothered.
I think his main concern is getting over the line for his team.
Yeah.
He did offer a few shots in the last over, but
and he won't want to get out to Boyce.
Yeah, I think he has the opportunity still to get that most run tally, but it would mean him scoring all the remaining runs.
Yeah. I'll just shout that out to him, shall I? Get that communicated. Whoever is number 15, I'll pass that. Could you pass a message for me?
Well done, young Devines there on the field for someone as well.
That's nice, isn't it? To be that young and out there with the big fellas in a final.
Yeah.
Oh.
And his dad being the captain of the regular captain of the team, Anroy Devines. He would have been around a lot of club games this season and previous seasons as well.
Wasn't able to play today, he was unwell.
Yeah.
Down the track, in the air.
Straight up in the air, and it seems as though Marcus Daniel, he didn't look comfortable under that at no point.
Yeah.
Boyce would have had another one in the bag, taking his tally up to 23.
Could have been on for a fiver.
this one heading down to the end here now. 17 runs needed.
Clubbed into the deep.
Yeah, Thomas just gets around again. He's done a lot of good fielding on the outfield today.
Just the one.
Yeah, just 16 needed now, and only halfway through the quarter of overs, the 20th over being bowled. Duncan smokes this one down the ground straight. Peters is not getting around there. That's 4 runs. Another 12 runs needed. The score moves up to 121 for the loss of 3. And it starts Sheldon's imitating, putting that nail in the coffin. Time to go down into the ground.
It's getting to that point, isn't it? And you know, it's only 10 to 4.
Yeah.
We've still got a couple of hours of playing time, really.
Yep.
Boyce up to the wicket and bowls. Looks to slog sweep that, but misses out. End of the over?
End of the 20th over, 121 for the loss of 3. Scarra Mason Hall taking this game quite easily right now.
Yes, the Scarra Mason Hall supporters are waving flags in the stands now and becoming a little bit more vocal than they were earlier. How many runs required?
12 runs required.
12, yeah.
And I actually have the exact tally now for Lizama. Lizama needs another 9 runs to take that top spot.
He could take it actually, couldn't he?
Yeah, I think with the field coming up as well, there's the option to get 2 boundaries.
Yeah, over the top maybe.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've injected a bit of excitement into the game. Lizama needs 9 runs. And there's a nice hit, but he'll only get the 1.
Yeah.
So he needs 8 from a possible 11.
So they've both gotten 32 today now, and he was 8 runs
behind. Yeah, so the
so
8, yeah.
8 to tie, 9 to win.
And unfortunately,
they only need 11.
Yeah. And that's just done for him. Oh, it's only 1. So it's still on.
Yeah.
10 runs.
10 runs needed. Lizama needed 9.
Yeah.
To surpass Ashan Peer.
10 runs available, 9 needed.
You would hope for a boundary here now so that he's still on strike.
It's not going to happen now.
Definitely not.
Going for the big hit. As a swipe, misses out and is bowled.
So we can see without a doubt now Ashan Peer ends the TCA 40 over competition on most runs. Jamie Boyce ends with the most wickets, and as far as we can tell, Scarra Mason Hall will end champions. Xavier Reid replaces Lira Nizamo.
Yes, it's all over bar the shouting, as they say. Couple of big hits will do it. I suspect that it will be Duncan that will do the delivering of the big hits.
I wouldn't doubt Xavier Reid hitting a few big ones himself, because fancies himself somewhat of a big hitter.
Have they just picked a team of left-handers, or
it just so happens that's how the lineup is, because when you think about the right-handers in the camp, both James Orlando and Joshua James not batting would have been right-handed. Rashad Ford, one begs to wonder if he had stepped out to the middle in the top 5, how fast this would have been done.
Yeah, very true. Little bit of an inside edge onto pad and then dropped at his feet.
Reed punching at that one as well. Yeah, just another 10 runs needed for victory, and Xavier Reed joining Shaquille Duncan after the fall of Liran Lezama.
Picking out the fielder. Slight misfield as well. And they take 1 run.
So winding down here now. 9 runs needed. Scarborough Mason Hall 124 for the loss of 4 in 21 overs.
Reed just taking his guard.
And it looks like
Boyce going to continue.
yeah, but the wicketkeeper seems to
Something in his eye.
yeah.
Right, we've got that sorted out. Everyone's settled, and here comes Boyce again. It's up in the air. Who's underneath that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Donovan Roberts taking a comfortable catch.
Well, as you said, Reed wasn't going to hang around.
Yeah,
He's
he
put one up there.
fancies himself a hitter, so I think that could have been a ploy for CNB as well, keeping maybe mid-on or mid-off up throughout the innings, offering Scarborough Mason Hall some sort of incentive to go over the top. Zion James makes his way out to the middle, so the senior guys are giving these younger kids an opportunity to finish the game. Wondering now if they might need to Pat to
Bring out
come
the
get
big guns.
Pat to get 2 runs or 3 runs in the back end. It's really nice to see Scarborough Mason Hall allowing Zion James into the playing 11 today, because he's a kid that's disappointed when he doesn't make the playing 11, and he wants to do well. So when he gets out there, he always tries to put in whatever performance he can put in, whether it be bat or ball.
Well, there are a few people who've given him a welcome. I think Alfred's saying something to him.
And
Ashon Pierce had a word.
and Michael James being in slipper, another James brother. So this was a really nice rivalry of brothers in different teams. Can you imagine all James brothers lining up for Scarborough Mason? There wouldn't be much space in the team for much others.
There's Boyce again. Oh, pull that one
inside.
down. Yeah. bottom
that
edge,
one out.
yeah.
Yeah, just 8 runs needed. And Shaquille back on strike. I can tell you now if Boyce misses and over pitches, Shaquille Duncan is not gonna stray from going over the infield and hitting that boundary.
Launching him.
Seems as though the only fielder back now is Simmons Peters at that long on position. Everyone else up in the inner ring. Against the runner play.
I'll leave that. Nicely played. Forward defensive. Gets a round of applause. That one's gone as well.
Yeah, so just 2 runs away now, Scarra Mason Hall. 131 for the loss of 5. And you'd look at 5 wickets down and you think that CNB might have made a game out of this, but when you think about who didn't step out to the middle, then you understand that it was a matter of giving some other youngsters an opportunity, and Duncan sweeps that one away and it trickles close to the boundary.
He's pulled it in.
Yeah, but I think that's still the end of the match, those 2 runs. Yeah, that 2 runs ends the game.
That's it. Handshakes should be now. Yeah, that's the end of the game. The handshakes all round as Scarra Mason Hall defend their TCA 40 over championship, winning again.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you about the Scarborough Mason Hall team with a lot of these similar names. The James boys, having Joel Boyce slam a 100 against them in Kenan Grung when they were all 14, 15 years old, and I said to someone on that day, I said, one day those same young fellas are gonna be senior players, and they're gonna have their revenge at that time. So I mean, we didn't get to see the likes of Rashad Forge, Orlando James, Joshua James come to the middle, but I think easy pick for man in the match here would be Nicholas Sugdio Singh with those 4 wickets and 50 odd.
Yes, the handshakes from both teams will have now, and then I think the presentation party are ready and waiting, so it shouldn't be that long before we get to see the trophy handed over.
Scarborough Mason Hall's coach Joel Boyce rocking a Arsenal towel. So he's double champion today.
Yeah, he can afford to do that now.
Yeah, I'm just running the scorecard of the Scarborough Mason Hall innings. Nicholas Sugdio Singh opening up with Fabrice Lynch. Sugdio Singh getting 58 before being bowled by Jamie Boyce. After being dropped twice by wicketkeeper Aaron Alfred. Fabrice Lynch, LBW to Antonio Providence. Liran Azamo almost taking it home with 32 before being bowled by Donovan Roberts.
32, nice score.
Jaden Kent getting 6. Xavier Reid getting a single. Zion James finishing not out on 1, and Shaquille Duncan seeing it home with 30 not out. Bowling for CNB, Jamie Boyce again, 3 for 43 from his 6 overs. Donovan Roberts with the sole wicket, 1 for 17 from 3. Antonio Providence 1 for 33 from 8, and Marcus Daniel and Michael James just bowling 2 overs and 3 overs apiece for 19 and 20. That makes Scarborough Mason Hall champions by 5 wickets and 18 overs in the match. And Sheldon, I'll bid my farewell now as you go on to cover that man in the match post-match presentation rather.
I'm not sure whether we're doing that actually.
Yeah, so
we might be wrapping it up from this position, unless Kerry decides to move.
I think he did mention that he would probably take camera across to cover the finish, but
he's going there then. Yeah. All right.
So
well, I'll stay here.
I'll bid my farewells to you and have a safe journey next month.
It's been an absolute pleasure, JP. It really has. And I just want to say that without JP's insight to not just the players here today, but what they've done in the lead up to today's final, we wouldn't have been able to give you the same kind of coverage. So my thanks to Jason Bassard. It's been an absolute pleasure. I would look forward to working with you again if we get a chance. I think it's a nice combination.
Yeah.
And I enjoy, the stories about who's done what, where and when, and I hope everyone at home has enjoyed that too.
Yeah, it's good to have the information at hand. I'll first compliment Tracy Caldera for implementing this new app system and introducing something that we've tried to implement ourselves over past years, but this being more accessible to everyone allows us now to assess players. So in the event that there's a Tobago selection, a Tobago select team that needs to be picked, you're not picking based on experience and based on what you've seen. You can actually box the books, as we'd say, and pick based on performances throughout the season.
Where was Tracy today? Because it's not the only cricket that we've got going on. There is cricket elsewhere.
I would believe that she's probably here, but as I said earlier, there is those over 50 games happening.
If she was here, she'd have been here. We'd have seen her.
Yeah.
So I hadn't seen Tracy at all. She's probably involved in one of those other games.
Yeah. So.
All right, Jason, you're going to go off and do what you're doing.
Bid you guys farewell, and hopefully you're commentating in a final that I play in sometime soon.
I would look forward to that. All the best. Thanks very much to Jason Bassard. Right, I am going to have a look. I'm going to have a look over at Kerry Porter and see. It shouldn't be that long before they get underway with the presentation, I think. I can see the president of the Tobago Cricket Association, Kerwin John, around, and hopefully it won't be that long. Yeah, not the tension of the kind that we'd like to bring you in a final. We just had to make do with a subpar total by C&B that was relatively easily chased down by a fairly high-powered batting lineup of Scarra Mason Hall. Sukhdev Singh and Lazama were pretty much responsible for a straightforward win. Shakil Duncan got in there with a few as well, and I think Jason Bassard has quite rightly pointed out that the 50-odd scored by Sukhdev Singh and the fact that he took 4 wickets will probably make him man of the match. Two teams are getting themselves together now for the presentation. completed and Scarra Mason Hall. And a couple of things that we want to point out as well. The leading wicket taker in the competition Okay, before we do that, let's thank Tops Ecomat in Roxborough. Thanks for all your support. And the Division of Youth Empowerment and Sport. And I think we've got a representative here. Let's hope that we're going to see him shortly. Right, we're delighted to have the Secretary for Youth Development and Sport here, Keegan Danu. Thanks very much for your attendance. I know that you've got a great deal on your hands and you're very busy, but we're delighted to have you here for the presentations. Before we come to today's events, let's just bring you up to date with the leading wicket taker for the competition, and that is Jamie Boyce with 23 wickets. Right, we're going to do the man of the match presentation first. And for 418 or 3.2 overs and a score of 58 runs off 47 balls, 1 6 and 10 fours, ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Sukleo. Nicholas, that really was a terrific performance. Which did you enjoy most, the bat or ball? And do you like cutting across? See you back against Scarra Mason Hall. Nicholas Sukleo Singh. That really was a terrific performance. Who have we got next? The most runs. Are we talking? Okay, the leading run scorer, ladies and gentlemen, Ashon Pierre with 259 total runs. Congratulations, and maybe let's have a quick word as well, Mr. Pierre, because you were pretty close from runs.
Good try, but the better batsman.
Did you know just how close he was?
No, I didn't know.
It was 8 runs, 8 or 9 runs. Congratulations. Terrific. And now we've got the award for the leading wicket taker with 23 wickets, Jamie Boyce. Jamie, just a moment. We'd like to have a word with you as well. There could have been more wickets. You had a few drop catches today.
Yeah. I drop
including your own.
Yes. But
what was it like dropping Lee off the very first ball?
Well, may not catch a ball for the season, so.
So it wasn't anything unusual to put him down.
Yeah.
It wasn't unusual that you dropped a catch then.
Well, yeah, I try my best to hold on to it, but.
Okay, well, congratulations for being the leading wicket taker. Jamie Boyce. Right, well, every game we need an umpiring crew. So let's have our 2 umpires out today, Ruthven Ross and Ronnie McKenna. We're missing Mr. Ross. All right, Ronnie, come and take just a moment, because we spoke at the very beginning of the game about just how difficult sometimes it can be. No issues today, though, were they?
No, just the sun was very, very hot, but we had a very good game of cricket, and the better team won.
Once in a while, you get something that goes a little bit flat. How difficult is it to keep your concentration out there?
Well, everyone have different strategies. I take a few paces back and forth and side to side, so keep the focus a little bit there, and that's how we get through the day.
Good. Very much for all your help. Thank you. Runners-up trophy. So if we can ask for the captain from C&B United. Today's captain was Marcus Daniel. Let's have our the award is being presented by Marcus. I know that you didn't want to do this. What we look for this morning, what can you tell us about the way the day went?
Firstly, let me say congratulations to Scarra Mason Hall. And I also want to big up the Arsenal fans in the house today. A good friend, Joel Kirk. But yeah, we wanted to get a bigger total, winning the toss and batting first, but we were classed by a really good Scarborough Mason Hall team. The likes of Joshua James, I think he got like 4 catches, Shaquille Duncan, and of course Zion James bowled well as well, but we didn't execute. But I'm really proud of the guys. We got to the final after 5 years. We haven't been to our final, and I told them that we still have the T20 to play, and I'm giving a warning now to Scarborough Mason Hall. The next time we meet Scarborough Mason Hall, we're not going to be receiving a runners-up trophy. We're going to be receiving the Champions Trophy. Thank you.
Do they call that gun talk? Well, nicely spoken by Marcus Daniel. It brings us neatly to hear from the winning captain, and that is Orlando James for Scarborough Mason Hall, and the trophy is being presented by Keegan Danoon, the Secretary for Youth Development and Sport. Thank you very much. And just before we call the whole team out here, an important thing, the handing over of a cheque for $20,000. And just before we have the team and a photograph, let's hear from the winning captain. This morning, that you would have bowled it out perfectly for you.
Yeah, it worked out perfect for us. Yeah, because at the start of the morning, we said we wanted to bowl first because of the pitch. So when Marcus won the toss, I was a bit nervous because I thought he was going to bowl first, but he made us bowl first, and the bowlers did a very good job executing the plans. Yeah.
How much of the which you bowled your players did you have to do? Did you have that in mind? Did you know exactly who you wanted to bowl at that time?
Yeah. Before every game, I analyze and plan my day. So yeah.
Still quite young, yet you demonstrated real experience in the way you picked them.
Yeah. Playing well. I play a lot of cricket, so I gain a lot of experience. So yeah.
Let's have the whole team out here. Let's have the presentation party, and then we can take all those photographs. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're getting the ready, let's have one big hand for the losing finalists, C&B United. And let's have a big hand for the winners, Scarborough Mason Hall.
Yeah, got it.